continues to inspire new generation.
I've gone live on all
Looking back
to
at the
confirm.
past 3 decades, we see NESG not just as an economic filter, but as a catalyst for change, a space where vision led of a brighter future. The 30th Nigerian Economic Summit marks the beginning, underscoring the summit's critical role in facilitating
Can you see me?
shape the trajectory of Nigeria's. This milestone event reaffirms Nigeria's strategic importance in both regional and global economic arena, its potential, global competitiveness. Be a part of NESG with the theme, collaborative action for growth and stability. Today, this is the NESG story. Join us to explore the next global journey in Nigeria.
This special brand identity embodies our dedication to advancing economic development in Nigeria. The logo design incorporates 3 stars above the name, symbolizing 3 decades of impactful dialogue that have driven economic reforms and transformation. The Nigerian map signifies our belief that significant change begins at home. While the training lines behind the map reflect our commitment to fostering global collaboration and partnerships. Additionally, the peach-colored ribbon represents the joyful celebration of our 30th anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you 3 decades of excellence in the national interest.
What's wrong with the audio?
It's accelerating. How does the country of Nigeria withstand technology's own environment? How does society thrive in its economy? Under constant disruption, how rapidly and active is moving at the speed of light, and Nigeria's foremost economic we have over the years making our effort to understand we are the Nigerian economic summit. NESG is in the national interest. Over 25 years ago, religious business executives and concerned persons with the intent of throwing out the chains of state economic control to open up the country's economy. This darkness were led by Chief Ernest Shuleko, who ran all parties towards the cause.
When the will of God, the public sector also reflects the private sector as the ones that makes the open face of capitalism for the money into their employers.
For the chair, circumstance in the sense that the ministry and if you know the sale of money, the unit, yeah, and that particular both the private sector and the public sector all believe the public management. And you have some
opening remarks,
said
welcome remarks,
that
when I'm still working on the other one.
in order to
Any of you
some
share like a
pressure into achieve growth.
In the British High Commissioner's residence, on the street, then called Queen's Drive.
What I call NESG.
And
Let me jump on this. Are you good?
and
I
as
need to load this down. This MTN. Everybody
the
connect.
parties of the groups,
I'm not on NESG.
some
I will put you on NESG. NESG.
standing by under a tree, yeah, tree, started
I
discussing
never finish.
about the
Just jump ahead.
political
Okay, so this
and
is about
economic
us.
situation
I'm still working
of
on the other
Nigeria
one.
as at the time.
On my need.
We became so distraught that we didn't know that the party had left and people had left. When we realized that we were overstaying our welcome, there were only our 3 of us left. But the British High Commissioner and his wife standing patiently waiting for us to go. So, but we quickly decided that the topics we were discussing were so important and so fundamental that our conversation should not end there. But we said what to do. So one of us offered to hold dinner for the group. And our name actually was the monthly dinner group. Discuss issues of development, gradually from them, we identify deficits in policy making in the country and so on. Well, why don't we formalize this?
What was missing was the group that would look at economic in a policy fashion where we begin from all the various subsidies and we put Nigeria first.
And the third thing came out of that was something called the enabling environment. And each one of these chief showed was a major player. And then he went in together. Guess what started that? It's funny that a man named Bill Clinton in the United States had a 1 or 2 day summit. Chief showed and said, we can do that. And so we did a very small summit. And he was just going into government, etc. And out of it came the idea, let's have a 2 day summit.
The summit defined the underlying economic philosophy that would be the premise of the 21st century Nigeria. They are good governance in the national interest, establishment of a foundation for democracy, rule-based economy, creation of a new environment, encouragement of private sector led investment, market economy.
On the podium. There's someone on the podium.
Somebody kept another mic.
My manager.
The United Nations estimates that Nigeria's population combined with data which shows rising incidence of unemployment.
Especially you.
Nigeria
That's what
is based on a large single demographic group made up of very young unemployed and unemployed Nigerians. Therefore, priority for Nigeria to ensure high and sustainable economic growth that stimulate jobs and economic opportunities for this large and youthful population.
It does seem to me that I think we should go back to the drawing board and begin to put together a new vision document. Providing everybody with top experience and the private experience and the schools of the state. To actually come together in order to produce something impact. In doing so, we must popularize it across all segments of Nigerian society, including the world.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, I'd like to welcome you all to today's event. We will be starting shortly. This is just to appreciate you for coming on time. We also intend to start this program on time as well.
Are you
Just
sure?
waiting
He's
for
supposed to.
a few of our confirmed dignitaries to
See this
arrive
white
the
stuff.
hall, and then we'll get the ball rolling. For those still outside, if you can hear me, may I please request that you make your way into the hall as we would be starting in a few minutes. Once again, thank you for honoring our invitation to be here and welcome.
Let me power it at the back. Which video are we playing?
No, we're playing.
She said that would be video. I don't know. I want to give him independent.
Okay, we need to power this.
Let me just power it and see if there's this. Do we have an idea of what the program is?
Oh, open that video back.
I should go back to my
And
video.
the state governments.
Okay.
You mentioned the role that all the various parties are going to play. And I think even the Nigeria Free Summit,
So, check again. Let me see.
working in concert with other parties, both local and internationally, is able
Increase the
to
volume.
achieve this objective. Then I can say
You
that
have earpiece.
the Nigeria Free Summit
Check it there. Let me
is
see what you're hearing there. Put it
and then
in.
when the problem
See now.
is
See what you.
they will ask for accountability. How more than we have seen
I'm
before,
okay, I
how
can see.
more than we have seen
Which audio?
Check it on TV. Can you see anything on the TV?
TV.
Check if you can see anything on the
On
TV.
the screen outside.
Go to that. No, go to that side of the rail. Look at the TV in front.
Chief.
Only the TV on the floor. No, go to that side. It says something with the blue background.
There was audio before.
See now, they follow you talk.
You have audio.
Not yet.
No, they're not
You
coming in
can send
at
it
all.
to me.
No, they're
0816.
not coming in at all.
Yes, 330. Yes, ma'am. 3760.
See, look at this signal. Not
Yes.
showing on this side. Does this one have audio?
Yeah, I've asked.
Starting with the very top, like 26 shifting gears. You hit the nail on the head. Because shifting gears does not mean simply moving from one speed to the next. Shifting gears have to be about the transformation in the way in which societies are governed, business is conducted, and social and economic development. You've
They
already
can
had
hear
a full day of enriching discussion.
Mr. Kukumbo, what's
What's
happening?
much of that? For my part, let me just point me out there. It is very easy to be cynical in our world today. And it is true, things are wrong with things perfect. When one looks around the world,
Where is this problem?
around any continent, around any country, you know that it's good,
I've gone
but it's
live.
not so good.
I'm streaming on multiple platforms.
Many things are wrong.
Streaming on
many
multiple
things are
platforms.
No
What's-
country
They say they can
anywhere
hear us on
is
YouTube.
wishes.
Oh God, they changed the back.
Sustainability
and to create opportunities for millions of Nigerians. However, as we gather here today, we must also acknowledge the challenges that have persisted, particularly those stemming from policy inconsistencies, governance deficits, and economic vulnerabilities. Our businesses and entrepreneurs continue to suffer from the increasing cost of doing business, while citizens now suffer from a rising cost of living. Poverty is still endemic. Unemployment, insecurity, and corruption are issues that continue to hinder our progress. The lessons we have learned from these challenges, to me, are very clear. And it is that sustainable development and sustainable economic growth requires more than just policy changes. It demands a concerted effort by all stakeholders across sectors to address the underlying systemic issues that have held us back. Today's dialogue, therefore, gives us an opportunity to take stock of our economic trajectory over the years, to celebrate our successes, and to critically examine our shortcomings with a view to the impact of policy inconsistencies. We must ask ourselves, how can we ensure that the gains that we have made are not only preserved, but they are also built upon? How can we build institutions that will help us ensure policy consistency, but more importantly, that will help to ensure continued and sustained economic growth? To shape a prosperous socio-economic future, we must embrace collaboration as a fundamental principle. The challenges we face are complex, and they are also multifaceted, requiring the combined efforts of the public sector, the private sector, the civil society, our development partners, and also the citizens. Therefore, we all must work together to create an environment that fosters innovation, that supports entrepreneurship, and that also will attract investment. This collaborative spirit must extend to all tiers of government and across all sectors of our society. In charting our economic trajectory, there are several strategic priorities that we must focus on. First is economic diversification. While we have made strides in diversifying our economy, much work still remains to be done. We must continue to reduce our dependence on oil by developing other sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, and technology. This will not only create jobs, but will also ensure a more resilient and diverse economy that can withstand global shocks. The second area of strategic priority must be human capital development. The future of Nigeria's economy depends on the skills, the knowledge, and the health of our people. We must invest in education. We must invest in vocational training and education to equip our youth with the tools that they need to be able to succeed in a rapidly changing world. We also must provide universal health coverage for our citizens. By prioritizing human capital development, we can unlock the full potential of our population and drive sustainable economic growth. The third area of strategic priority is about security and infrastructure development. Security of lives and properties is essential and also required for development. Infrastructure is the backbone of a thriving economy. And so we must continue to invest in critical infrastructures such as road, railway, electricity, and digital connectivity. These investments in infrastructure and security will not only enhance productivity, but will also improve the security and the quality of life for all. Our third strategic priority, it's good governance. Sorry, our fourth strategic priority is good governance and transparency. Corruption and inefficiency remains significant barriers to economic progress. We must strengthen our institutions and we must promote transparency in governance to build trust and to attract investments. Rule of law, sanctity of contracts, and a transparent and accountable government are essential for creating an enabling environment for economic growth. The fifth strategic priority, in my view, is inclusive growth. Economic growth must be inclusive, ensuring that all Nigerians, regardless of their background and of their location, must benefit from the progress that we make. We must focus on reducing inequality, promoting social justice, and providing opportunities for marginalized communities to fully participate in the economy. Our discussions today, therefore, will draw insights from the experiences of other countries that have successfully navigated similar challenges. We will explore what lessons can be learned and how we can apply them to Nigeria's unique context. The goal is for us to emerge from this dialogue session with actionable recommendations that will guide us towards a future of high, sustained, and inclusive economic growth and development, even in the face of democratic transitions. I am confident that with the wealth of knowledge and experience represented in this hall, we will come up with innovative ideas and solutions that will contribute to building a more prosperous Nigeria. Your presence, and I hope your participation and contributions will help us chart a path forward. And your contributions are invaluable as we work together to chart a course for our nation's economic future. In conclusion, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to all of our special guests, our speakers, our panelists, and to the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning for taking the time to be part of this critical dialogue. Your presence here and your engagement today is a testament to your commitment to Nigeria's economic development and to ensuring that our democracy continues to deliver tangible benefits for all Nigerians. Thank you once again for being here, and I look forward to a fruitful and impactful dialogue today, while also looking forward to hosting many of you at the 30th Nigerian Economic Summit on October 14 to 16 later on this year. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is still the National Economic Dialogue 2024 themed Nigeria's Economic Future, 25 Years of Democracy and Beyond. This event is brought to you with the proud support of the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and we are grateful to His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, not just for the support of this activity and other events of the NESG, but also for your presence. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly recognize the presence of some dignitaries that walked in while the chairman's speech was going on. First, would like to recognize His Excellency, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress. A round of applause for him, sir. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you for honoring our invitation to be here. I would also like to recognize the presence of Right Honorable Nicholas Mutu, House Committee Chairman on Gas Resources, who is represented here today by Honorable Clement Simbo, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on National Planning and Economic Development. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. When the chairman of the NESG, Mr. Olani Yusuf, was speaking earlier, he spent some time telling us about the strategic priorities of the NESG. We have also put together a video which sheds more light on the objectives and the interventions of the NESG. We will be playing that video themed in the national interest. I invite you to sit back and enjoy it. Thank you.
The paradigm has shifted. The world is accelerating. How does a country like Nigeria withstand tectonic shifts all around it? How does a society thrive with its economy, security, and lifestyle under constant disruption? How rapid do we have to act in a world where information is moving at the speed of light? As Nigeria's foremost economic think tank and policy advocacy organization, we have over the years made it our mandate to understand the complexities and champion the reform of the Nigerian economy. We are the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and at NESG, all we do is in the national interest. Over 25 years ago, a group of courageous business executives and concerned persons with the intent of throwing off the chains of state economic control challenged Nigeria's military rulers to open up the country's economy. This dauntless group were led by Chief Ernest Shoneko, who rallied all parties towards the cause.
Called in the wheel of progress, and the public sector also look at the private sector as the ones that makes the ugly face of capitalism. They got the money with the view to helping their employers to cut the money away.
Was a child of circumstance. Circumstance in the sense that we had a military regime, and if you know their style of management is a unitary, from top down. And at that particular point in time, both the private sector and the public sector all believed in the public management of economic affairs. And you have some set of people who believe that, no, in order to bring some freshness into the economic affairs of this country and to achieve growth and development.
In the British High Commissioner's residence,
on the street then called Queen's Drive. And there are a lot of people. And as it happens in parties or in groups, some standing by under a tree, near a tree, started discussing about the political and economic situation of Nigeria as at the time. We became so enthralled that we didn't know that the party had ended and people had left. When we realized that we were overstaying our welcome, there are only about 7 of us left. And the British High Commissioner and his wife stand patiently waiting for us to go. So, but we quickly decided that the topics we were discussing were so important and so fundamental that our conversation should not end there. But we said what to do. So one of us offered to hold dinner for the group. And our name actually was the monthly dinner group.
To discuss issues and developments. And gradually from there, we identified what I mentioned earlier, deficit in policy making in the country. And so we thought, well, why don't we formalize this?
What was missing was a group that will look at the economy in a more holistic fashion, where people came from all the various subsectors, and you put Nigeria first.
And the third thing that came out of that was something called the Enabling Environment Forum. In each one of these, Chief Shonigan was a major player, and then he went into government. Well, guess what started to happen? It was funny that a man by the name Bill Clinton in the United States had a 1 or 2 day summit. Chief Shonigan said, we can do that. And so we did a very small summit, and when he was just going into government, etc. And out of it came the idea of let's have a 2-day summit.
The summit defined the underlying economic philosophy that would be the premise of the 21st century Nigeria. They are good governance in the national interest, establishment of economic foundation for democracy, rule-based economy, creation of an enabling environment, encouragement of private sector-led investments, and the commitment to a free market economy. By 2050, the United Nations estimates that Nigeria's population will double, combined with data which shows rising incidence of unemployment and underemployment. Nigeria may be faced with an unsustainable demographic growth made up of predominantly young, unemployed and underemployed Nigerians. Therefore, it is a matter of high priority for Nigeria to ensure high and sustainable economic growth that stimulate jobs and economic opportunities for this large and youthful population.
It does seem to me that I think we should go back to the drawing board and begin to put together a new vision document. Rally everybody in the public space and the private space and the civil society space to actually come together in order to produce such a blueprint. In doing so, we must popularize it across all segments of Nigerian society and bring them on board. We need the government to be able to do that. We can't do it alone. Now, when you develop such a blueprint, implementation is critical. So it does seem to me that we need to set a target of 2050, which is about 30 years from now. Second,
we need to return to our culture of development planning, and we should have 3 10-year development planning cycles that will get us to the desired destination in 2050. We need to embed this in the Constitution of the Federal Republic, get a constitutional amendment, and ensure that we're able to actually entrench all of the required principles of the Vision 2050 document, the essential principles, entrenched in the Constitution. And once you do that, you then bind not just the incumbent president, whoever that president is by the time it is developed, but all future presidents and the legislature and the state governors. You will enshrine the roles that all the various parties are going to play. And I think if the Nigeria Economic Summit, working in concert with other bodies both locally and internationally, is able to achieve this objective, then I can say that Nigeria's future is more or less assured. And then once the public is mobilized, they will ask for accountability far more than we have seen before, far more than we are seeing today, and leave these millennials to actually drive this process and hold people accountable.
You know, we just have to keep on pushing this envelope. If your entire focus is on one thing, reform, 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 it guides you, your whole actions, thoughts are focused on reform, you will get there.
So, and NESG has already started partnering with the NUC, for example, so that we reshape our curriculum so that we're not just producing graduates who, upon leaving school, their mind is simply about, I'm going to be employed.
I am hoping that in 30 years, Nigeria would have the infrastructure that is required, both in terms of transport, in terms of power, in terms of digital infrastructure, that will then enable private sector growth.
Let me begin by commending the organizers for putting together such a stimulating summit, starting with the very title itself, Nigeria 2050, Shifting Gears. You hit the nail on the head. Because shifting gears does not mean simply moving from one speed to the next. Shifting gears has to be about a transformation in the way in which societies are governed, business is conducted, and social and economic obstacles are overcome. You've already had a full day of enriching discussions about so much of that. For my part, let me just say from the outset, it is very easy to be cynical in our world today. And it is true, things are a long way from being perfect. When one looks around the world, around any continent, around any country, we know there is good, there is not so good, and there is the ugly. Many things are wrong, and they do need fixing. No country anywhere in the world can shift gears without confronting core issues head-on. Sustainability and governance, inequality and social cohesion, infrastructure and social services. No country anywhere in the world can get to the next level when people are busy avoiding taxes, pilfering the public purse, and exploiting religion or ethnicity to divide and conquer.
NESG has kept faith over the years with its role as a communication conduit between government and business. Through this platform, we've led dialogues and have resulted in a shift of our economy from state control to free enterprise. We have started to see the potential of an increasingly dynamic private sector to transform and impact lives. You may recall that it was at NESG that we advocated the abrogation of the foreign exchange decree and the indigenization decree, opening the door to foreign direct investment flows into the country with huge impact on jobs and wealth creation. The 6th and 7th summits stressed the need for the liberalization of the telecommunications sector, which led to the GSM revolution that has largely democratized information and communication technology in the country. The idea of a contributory pension scheme was conceived at the 11th summit, and today we have a pension fund in excess of 8 trillion, and I thank Governor Rufai for his work at the time too, of which retirees can look forward to relative financial security following active service to the country. At NESG 21, we recommended a focus on the ease of doing business. The federal government subsequently established the Presidential Enabling Business Council, and today, Nigeria has improved in the World Bank's Doing Business rankings. Just a few days ago, our country was listed among the 20 reformers in the world.
As a government, our view is to equip our citizens with the means to seize any opportunities that may arise. This means we will continue investments in education, healthcare, infrastructure, security, and strengthen and entrench the rule of law. I am informed that this year's summit has identified key job-creating sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, creative industry, and extractive industry as focus sectors. I am also told that your deliberations will focus on unlocking capital through our financial services sector to actualize the opportunities in these sectors. In your deliberations, I would request that your proposals are productive, inventive, and innovative, keeping in mind that Nigeria's unique challenges can only be solved by made in Nigeria solutions.
We must take inspiration from those who we seek to compete against. In 1990, Nigeria's income per head was double that of the Chinese. Today, the Chinese are 5 times income per head of Nigeria's. What that immediately tells you is the kind of transformation that the Chinese have wrought. And it's not beyond us. It's been done. If we are going to do it, innovation and transformation is going to be at the key. And if we are going to innovate and be transformative, we also need to clearly define in which areas we intend to take the battle to those countries with which we must compete. So for me, it's clear. We must not be afraid. It's been done, and increasingly in shorter time spans. Secondly, we need to be very clear where it is that Nigeria wishes to compete and set the journey quickly. And thirdly, that journey of being competitive has got to be based on very innovative and transformative ideas. Anything different doesn't take us where we must get.
One of the major things we need to do, we must consider that every educated mind becomes an asset to the nation. Every skilled and empowered person becomes an asset to the nation. Every healthy and enabled adult becomes an asset to the nation. Every educated mind is an asset to our political system, because you cannot sell true political strategy to an educated mind that cannot even appreciate the purpose of what you're saying, and therefore can be disrupted, diverted, or confused by people with their own agenda. So we have more that binds us together to seek a unified and common position and empower ourselves in a way that we can achieve our goals. What are the areas where we want to compete? Where is the world trending to that we need to develop our people? Once we define that, we must then redefine the education that we're delivering to our children and in the way we're delivering it to them. Now, we have some private universities that are already charting that course. So there's some level of that. And then most Nigerian parents, well, many Nigerian parents have the ambition of sending their children abroad in order to get competitive education. But that's a lot of Nigerian resources we're taking abroad to empower other countries. So we must redefine our universities and close the gap between what the universities are teaching or what our educational system is teaching from primary school all the way to what industry requires and what the industries of the future that we're targeting require, so that we are preparing manpower that will be absorbed immediately because there are gaps to be filled. In reality, we're producing, I went to University of Obafemi Awolowo University Friday and Saturday as part of First Bank's Mindset of Entrepreneurs program that we've been doing as a give back to universities. And at one point I asked about 5,000 students How many of you are in university studying exactly what you want? 70% of the room said, I'm studying the course I was given. Now, what does that tell you? We send children to school to study anything. They're not even interested in what they're studying. That's a start. But there's an advantage to how Nigerians are. Nigerians are smart. Nigerian young people are dynamic. They can readily be retrained once you identify where you want to retrain them into.
This population problem is perhaps the most important developmental challenge we have to face. If we don't have a demographic transition, we will never have an economic transition, and that is a fact. The second thing is we need to have a greater nuance in looking at population and demography, because Nigeria is one country, but it's many countries in many respects. Fertility rates in some parts of this country are like 8 child per woman. In other parts, they're 3. Okay, and it's extremely important to understand that. You also have huge variation in fertility rates determined by levels of education. So girls who have not completed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience through this video. It's a very, very detailed video which can be made available to you on request. So if you're interested, you can ask any member of our team at the registration point, and then we can have you access that video. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I did mention during my introduction that the NESG has gone to great lengths to assemble experts from across the public, private, civil, as well as the international development organizations to ensure that we have robust discussions here today. And very soon we will be commencing our panel discussion. The panel will focus on very important issues that are dear to the NESG. We will talk about Nigeria's economic trajectory since 1999, issues surrounding policy consistency and continuity, institutional strengthening, lessons from other countries, as well as including governance. But before we delve into the panel, we would like to, at this juncture, invite to deliver his opening remarks the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. A round of applause for him, please.
The chairman of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, and indeed all the executives that I had, the chairman of our party, the All Progressive Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished participants from the private sector and the public sector, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, members of the media, good morning, everyone. Let me join Olani Yusuf, the chairman of the NESG, in welcoming all of you to what is no doubt a stimulating topic to discuss, especially given that we are reflecting on the first 25 years since 1999 and the next 25 years if one is to take our Agenda 2050 as the operative document. And certainly we have players from all sectors of national life that can contribute to this discussion. Especially we have ambassadors from countries that I'm sure have also witnessed some of the issues we have witnessed or are witnessing or we are learning from. And this is happening today which is slightly 1 year after President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been took office. And we have had Olani Yusuf, we have had most of the comments in the, and most of them are, almost all of them are correct. And we appreciated that the NESG has over the years now become a force to reckon with in partnership with the budget and economic planning function, because ever since they started, they recognized that it's not a monologue. It's not just staying out and criticizing, but joining hands and make better. So I must congratulate their vision, and I must congratulate all of us Nigerians. And indeed, 25 years, in the last 25 years, a lot has been witnessed. The President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have been very reluctant to reflect on the past in terms of blaming anybody. But the net effect is that despite effort by previous administrations, especially in the last 25 years, are not where we want to be. So what do we do? It's not because of anyone's failing, but that is our reality. We have not achieved the income per capita that we required, and it's not for lack of trying, it's not for lack of successes, some of which have been mentioned by Olani Yusuf, transformation in the telecommunications sector. At some point, we even rebased our GDP. And all this is being done, and in so doing, again, our population have grown from 119 million in 1999 to now about 230 million, almost doubling. But our oil production, for example, which was 2.2 million barrels in 1999, is now, rather than being 4 million, to accord with the doubling of our population, still under 1.5, reflective of cumulative years of underinvestment in the sector. So that is our reality, that we are not where we want to be. And our Constitution is very clear about what we should do. I have had Madam Mohammed Hayatuddin, I have had Atedo Peter side. The fundamental objectives and directive principles of state, which is chapter 2 of our Constitution, is very, very clear about the political objectives of the country. They are very clear about the economic objectives of economy we want to run. They are very clear Thank you. Welcome, my brother, the Chief of Staff, to Mr. President, Right Honorable Pemi Bajamila. I'll take that back. I was just saying that both Mohammed Hayatuddin and Atedo Peter side talk about building national consensus and rooting it in our Constitution. And I'm at the point of just saying that our Constitution is even very clear about that. The fundamental objectives and directive principles of state, which is chapter 2 of our Constitution, is very clear what our political objectives as a nation should be, what our economic objectives of the nation should be, what kind of economy we want to run is clearly spelled out, what social objectives, what educational objectives, what environmental objectives, and so on and so forth. Even the duty of citizens is spelled out in the chapter 2 of the Constitution. And the chapter opened by saying that all persons in authority, legislative, and judicial perspectives. We want a nation that includes all. We want higher per capita by the year 2050. Our ambition is we want at least $33,000 per capita income by the year 2020. We want to be able to mobilize capital, private and borrowed capital to support, because we don't have enough as a nation, enough public to fund our I know this is an opening remark. We are not where we want to be. Despite 25 years of constitutional democracy, we are a federal democracy which requires irreducible minimum of cooperation among all the tiers of government. In fact, some of the achievements in the last 25 years are a reflection of the ability or the post-cooperation sometimes between the tiers of government. That is how we are able, for example, to fund the Niger Delta Power Plants, which is a cooperative investment between federal, state, and government and local government. So even in a constitutional democracy where all tiers are separate, our constitution, our planning process requires an irreducible minimum of cooperation between the levels of government and the private sector. But we are not lamenting. We are here. We are willing to take the bull by the horn. We have a president today who, as God will have it, has been a participant actively in the last 25 years that are under review. And among his achievements was that he ran a state which he tried.
This thing looks like that because it's a paid job. People paid for this. People paid
I guess that
for this.
Yes.
They paid for it. So Mr.
Can carry up. We change the audio. What we can hear now, audio is room audio. Just talk with
At the same time, we must not ignore those who the social contract of the society is weak. That is why it was then, most of us who lived in Lagos prior to 1999, at a time when young men and women and some of us literally interrupt normal functioning of daily life because they are otherwise angry and felt excluded. So the government under President, then governor as well, the deliberate effort so that broad spectrum of supporting dreamers while including others is what is also requested at the national level in order to transform, in order to support the nation. Blessed that Mr. President is supported by a vice president who also, as a governor of Borno State, have seen what it means if it fails, where a combination of environmental issues, convoluted reason, failure to include fast enough made a significant number of angry people to take up weapons, literally, against all of us. And so this rich experience helped support the foundation of our strategy, which is the Renewed Hope agenda. Every moment, every era is unique in its own way. From 1999, different presidents, different administrations led uniquely different set of circumstances, both domestic and international. And ours is no different. But the sum effect of it all, we decided, as part of Mr. President's campaign, the Renewed Hope agenda, that let us confront our reality. Let us invite our countrymen and women and supporters, development partners, friends of Nigeria, such that we can mobilize resources that will fund our dreams, so that we can include all. And in doing so, we need to work together. We need to respect the federal separation of power. We need to respect the constitutional arrangement. It's not a dictatorship. It's a cooperative federalism. And in doing so also, we must take choices that are top. We have lived with oil subsidy, for example, for decades. And it has harmed, even when oil prices went up to $147 at one time in our national life, the net effect of that to the revenue of the federation, or to the availability of investment money to support our, was almost nil, because the higher the oil prices, the more the then President Jonathan's government was spending to support subsidy. So we have been living a lie. So as unpleasant as it is, Mr. President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, let's begin to tell ourselves the truth. That we are not as rich as we think we are. It's not a shame. Countries who have done that thinking, who have established that truth much earlier than us, make choices that have taken them where we want to be. Ayo Salami, for example, in the video said, in 1990, our GDP per capita is higher than that of China. But now China is multiples. What choices did China take from 1990 to date that we have not taken? Maybe that is something that we should introspect, because they did choices deliberately to ensure that their economy is competitive. The private market capital is supported, that it can mobilize capital, both domestic and foreign, that it can support. And we have also taken that step. Sorry, if I speak too much, please forgive me. The ministry is very passionate about this. I know I'm not the guest speaker, but I just want to ensure everyone that we have a strategy, the Renewed Hope Agenda strategy, and it's working. We are under no illusion that it will involve choices that are tough. That's why at every turn we are looking for resources that we believe can compensate for those tough choices. But we believe, and we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. The Renewed Hope strategy that we have adopted, we believe, is consistent with the Agenda 2050. It's consistent with the Chapter 2 of the Constitution. And for us in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, which is squarely responsible for advising the nation on how the Chapter 2 is to be implemented, our budget so far is guided by those documents. And the fact that we have, in trying to innovate, we have introduced ministerial realignment. We have created ministries, creative economy, recognizing the importance of our creative sector. When we rebased our GDP decades ago, the increase in GDP was largely because of Nollywood. So Mr. President recognized that we should create a ministry of the creative economy. We created a ministry of steel out of the solid minerals to just focus on that on that potential. We also created the Ministry of Blue and Maritime Economy, just to show that the blue and maritime economy, today even the Lagos-Calabar highway that is being constructed is one of the intention is to support our maritime and the blue economy opportunities. We have created Ministry of Livestock because Mr. President recognized that livestock is an economic opportunity for Nigeria, not a challenge, that not a source of conflict that it was, but we have to marshal it as such. We have created innovative tools, consumer credit. Countries that have achieved gross development, the household debt is a significant component of the economic engine. Nigeria cannot grow without doing similar things. The real estate sector, where we created a renewed hope infrastructure fund, among others, to target the real estate sector, is in recognition of the gross effect of the real estate sector, as well as a catalytic role which CNG investment can do in transiting us from a more expensive PMS economy to the cheaper, more competitive gas-based economy, consistent with our blessings and consistent with the experience of other countries. I'm sure my colleagues that are here and those who will speak from the ministry will talk about other initiatives. But we have learned, even the current protests have made us to listen more. Whatever we are doing, we have taken the message that we need to do more, we need to do better, and we need to do it in a hurry. And I believe the dialogue here will help us. Thank you very much.
I think for that very passionate delivery, the Honorable Minister deserves a louder round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. That was the Honorable Minister, Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is the National Economic Dialogue 2024 with the theme, Nigeria's Economic Future, 25 Years of Democracy and Beyond. This event is a prelude to the larger Nigeria Economic Summit, which will be happening in October this year, and coincidentally is the 30th edition. While the Honorable Minister was delivering his speech, a very important person walked in. We are privileged to have with us Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, CFR, the Chief of Staff to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and would like to invite him to deliver the opening address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me apologize for my lateness in coming in. This is not due to any disrespect, but unfortunately, with the kind of job I do, my time is no longer mine. So I apologize very profusely. I see so many eminent people here, very important people. I'll stand on whatever protocol has been established. I see my party chairman seated right here. You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. Of course, the Minister for Budget and several others here. Please, like I said, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I did ask, as I was coming in, what my role specifically was here. And I was told that I should just give a couple of remarks and also declare this summit open. So I'll try and do that as quickly as I can. So let me start by saying good afternoon and that I'm delighted and honored to join you all here this morning. We have gathered today at a time of unprecedented promise and peril in our country. At this moment, we are assailed on all sides by various socio-economic challenges that threaten the very existence of our national union. However, there is also a time of great opportunity when we can choose to answer the unsettled questions of our nationhood, and in doing so, free our people to thrive here at home in a manner unlike ever before. This dialogue at this time in our nation's history provides us with an opportunity to collectively proffer answers to critical questions that will determine the survival of our national union and define the conditions of that union. The answers we choose about how we manage the economy, how we operate our politics, how government functions, and how we handle our differences as citizens will determine the kind of country we get to live in and live for our children. We have a lot of work to do, no question. And the destiny of our nation depends on how well we do the job that this moment requires of us. You know, interestingly, I was up pretty late last night watching the convention of the Democrats, and I found that the thrust of the campaign so far has been the economic future of a 200-year democracy. And here we are in Nigeria today talking about the economic future of a 25-year-old democracy. What does me, or what does that tell us, or what should that tell us? The front burner of the advanced democracy in the world today, then we should not applaud, but accept that in 25 years, we have come this far. And there's hope renewed and alive. That is the way I see it. Of course, it is primarily the responsibility of government, the federal government, the state governments, and even the local government administrations across the country to find and implement the necessary answers to the hard questions that confront us today. However, the government alone cannot define and determine the future of every or any nation. We all have to line up the ducks in a perfect row as best as we can. All hands must be on deck. I believe we're inside the 10-yard line, and we just need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. What the title or the theme of what it says, Nigeria's economic future, 25 years of democracy and beyond. What it also suggests to me is that for you to have an economic future, it has to be predicated on a democracy. The two are Siamese twins. For one to be realized, the basis and the foundation of its realization has to be one form of government, democracy. And it's important to keep that in mind. I say that to speak to very quickly, well, just to speak to what the minister said earlier, because he did touch on the issue of the protests that we all just witnessed. We are all protesters. Whatever party you belong, whatever tribe, whatever creed, we're all protesters. It's not we against them. I say we're all protesters because government is a continuum, and there's nothing, no such thing as perfection in government. And so we will always protest. Even within the family, we protest when we don't get what we want. The big question is, what form of protest? And that's what I think we need to bear in mind as we continue to talk about and to shape our democracy and the future of our economy. Now, throughout history, the fate of nations has been the consequence of decisions made in government, in the boardrooms, and even in academia, amongst other places. The universe of stakeholders represented in this room all have pivotal roles to play and responsibilities you must live up to. You are not just observers, but active participants in shaping our nation's economy. Like I said, we must all join hands to turn square corners. Ladies and gentlemen, our destiny is not set. It is ours to choose. The success of the Nigerian project and the progress and prosperity of our nation's peoples depends on each of us knowing and operating in the knowledge that Nigeria belongs to us all. And we each have a responsibility to build a nation and leave a legacy we can be proud of. This is our great test and our most defining task. And it can only be achieved by our joint efforts as citizens, brothers and sisters dedicated to a cause greater than ourselves. It is often said that the largest room in the world is room for improvement. In this 25th year of our democratic experiment, there are many who say, and with good reason, that this democracy has not lived up to expectations. The theme of this dialogue imposes an obligation to explore why this is the case, and then develop a consensus on what must be done for the sake of the future. For us to succeed in this endeavor, our interactions must, of necessity, be grounded in truth and faithful acknowledgement of the road we have traveled thus far and the successes that have been achieved despite significant difficulties. For 3 decades in the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the group has led the way in enabling and convening critical conversations about the future of Nigeria. Your tireless efforts in organizing events like these, which bring together policymakers, political leaders, private sector leaders, development partners, and all those who hold Nigeria dear, are commendable. Your work is especially crucial at this pivotal moment in our history as we strive to navigate the challenges and embrace the opportunities of a rapidly changing world. I am thrilled to be part of this gathering and eagerly anticipate the insightful conversations that will be held during this dialogue. I thank the organizers of this event for bringing this assemblage of the great and the good together to consider the road we have traveled through 25 years of democracy. Imagine what Nigeria's future can be and discuss what we must all do to ensure that the future meets our best expectations and exceeds our highest dreams. It is my sincere hope that this event, at its conclusion, will contribute in demonstrable ways to achieving the best ambitions we hold for our beloved country. I thank the NESG most sincerely for the invitation to participate in this event. I salute each and every one of you here today for your contributions to our beloved country and your commitment to attaining a more perfect union. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to declare this dialogue open to the glory of God and for the benefit of our nation's people. May God bless you all. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We had to bring the Chief of Staff to the President on earlier because, as we know, his time with us is very limited, but we shall continue with the other programs now. Before we invite the Chief Economist of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group to the event, I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the Federal Minister of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, Mrs. Anatu Musawa. You're very, very welcome. A round of applause for her, please. At this point, I would like to invite the Chief Economist of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Dr. Omishaki, to deliver the background presentation for our National Economic Dialogue.
My job this morning has been made to be very easy. Previous speakers have spoken about the state of the economy and where we are, possibly where the game should be going forward. So I'm going to spend the next maybe 10 minutes to just try and create some backgrounds and then create some benchmarks upon which our panelists can then further their discussions. As in early 2000, different projections globally recognized Nigeria as a potential player among the top 10 economies in the world. Indeed, we won the admiration of global institutions, and everybody thought the way we started, we're going to be a big player. But 10 years later, around 2010, 2011, the game changed. And then we started with different projections. We were told by 2050, our population will be almost 400 million. We're told that by 2050, if we keep growing at the rate of 3 to 4%, by 2050, we're going to double poverty. We're even told that 40% of the people who are poor in the world globally will reside in Nigeria and DR Congo. Those are sad projections. But why? Where did we miss it? What opportunities or potentials that we started with, where did we miss it? We were thinking by now we'll be the double of the size of Turkey's economy. Turkey is currently doing $1 trillion. We're thinking we'll be doing 2. As a matter of fact, the projection then suggested that by now we should be doing the same thing Brazil and South Korea, which is around 2.5 and 1.7 trillion US dollar. But currently, we are doing far below that. We've lost the potential. But let's look at the big picture, where we were coming from, where we are, and where we need to move to. We've gone through 4 series of phases as a nation in terms of the economic growth from 1999 to 2024. The 2024 estimate is, of course, an estimation. We've gone from acceleration phase, we've moved to deceleration phase, we had resilience phase, we are doing secular stagnation. The acceleration was, of course, propelled by huge economic reforms. We also saw what happened at the initial stage of the democracy. The next phase, which is deceleration, happens to be some global challenges in terms of the oil price crashes and the fact that some of the initial reforms that we implemented were not thoughtful enough to sustain a longer path of growth. But we tried to come back and we had the resilient phase. But now we are struggling all through the secular stagnation, which means our basic economic fundamentals are not in cooperation again. And so we can say from 1999 to now, Nigeria's economy has undergone an inverted U-shape. We are at the bottom level now. So we can say also that from the history of 1999 to now, regarding our economy, we have gone through what we refer to as intense volatility. When the economy is weak, that's a story. But when the economy is volatile, that's not a good story. We've moved from being growing upward to coming down. Now we are highly volatile. The same thing can be said that almost 80% of our growth story are representing a moment in our economy that shows that something fundamental needs to be touched. So I'm here to quickly talk on these three areas. What have we identified as key drivers that shaped the Nigerian economy from 1999 to 2024? What role can we see governance or institutional frameworks or strategic planning playing at this moment? And lastly, what do we look out for? What are we seeing? There are critical two key drivers that we've identified. The first one is the fact that our economic base in terms of innovation, productivity is limited. In other words, we talk about growth, we talk about different reforms, but the structure of the economy remains the same from 1999 to now. We are led by agriculture. We had no capacity to expand our manufacturing or industrial base. And so this represents one of the major challenges that we've been facing And now let's put it in this format. We've been hearing that the Nigerian economy has been truly diversified. But if we indeed look at what it means to have a diversified economy, maybe that would open our eyes to see that we are far from being having a diversified economy. The first part of this discussion talks to growth and productivity gap. While other countries are changing the forms, the styles, or the technology of growth has remained the same from 1999 to now. And so we don't have better globally competitive technology or ways of growing. We also don't even grow on the traditional methods. In agriculture sector, for instance, crop production takes about 90% of our output. Every other subsectors that we have under agri are largely excluded. Another challenge is the fact that we don't innovate. So we don't play in the global space. And that is why we rely on our crude oil and our raw products, agriculture, with respect to our export, which unfortunately seems to be driving our growth story now. And the last one is that because of the fact that we're having huge gap with growth and productivity, we are not innovative enough, our dependency ratio or gap is becoming wider. So anything that happens globally, oil price, anything at all will hit our economy easily. And now, let's put it in context also. What story have we seen in terms of job creation and employment, jobs across sectors? We notice that the job that will lift, indeed, people out of poverty are not in their large numbers in Nigeria. About 80%, 81% of agriculture, of the total job creation or workers in Nigeria are working in agri and non-tradable sectors, services. The services, the manufacturing are all doing more or less 10%, 7%. So this picture does not show that we can indeed push for transformation. It means for us to talk about transformation, we need much more than just combining this our current structure. And then, being a transformed economy means we are playing in one of these quadrants. Currently, we are occupying a space here where we have sectors who have low growth and they have low impact. One of them is agri. We also have sectors who are having high growth but low impact, and one of them is services, as we have said now, tradable ones. The non-tradable ones. And now we have some few sectors who have high potential, high impact in terms of job creation, but they are growing at a very low rate. Where do we need to be? Where do we need to transform the economy? This quadrant, we need to make our strategic sectors to be growing at a very high rate and at the same time having greater impact. The second historical challenges that we've had so far is the fact that we are having challenges with economic fragility. We are so vulnerable to anything that happens outside of our system. And any attempt to strengthen this will help us in defining the transformation that we are seeking. About 50%, as it were, of every loss in our GDP, in our output, is because of what happens outside of our system. And so we need to also consider that. Whether you look at it from the exposure, economic vulnerability or exposure index, or you look at it from the macro instability over the years, the story has been very red. The same thing goes for the macro instability. We are becoming an unstable economy. And lastly, the role of governance and strategic planning in building economic resilience and growth. We have seen countries that went through what we went through, what we are going through, but still they know how to create a better path for themselves. One of them is China. We've referenced that. What can we learn from them? How do we use the challenges we have now for a better position tomorrow? A quick projection of what will likely befall us in the next few years, or 10 or 15 years, shows that we have just two parts. First, there is no part called business as usual again. It's gone. We either continue to do badly, or we sit tight and we revitalize the process and move ahead. This is what it means if we want to really move ahead. As of 1980, Nigeria economies ranked 28th among nations. To move ahead means by 2035, in 10, 11 years' time, we should move to 12th among nations. And what does that mean? It means we need to move from where we are currently in terms of exports, explorations, in terms of export sophistication and strong manpower, to a place of greater heights and impact. We need to move where China, India, but if we really need to move ahead with what we have said here today, or where we plan we need to go, we need to look critically into how we can transform our economy going forward so that we can retain that positive projections, and then things will be better off eventually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omishaki, the Chief Economist of the NESG. Another round of applause for him, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you for being a wonderful audience. For those of us here seated in the hall and those joining us virtually, we say thank you very much. We have hashtags for this event. You can tweet, make comments about them. I will be announcing the hashtags shortly. For those joining virtually also, you would have a chance to send your comments and questions with regards to any of the topics that have been discussed here today. Before we proceed, I would like to quickly recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Dr. Vitalis Emeka Obi, MNI. A round of applause for him, please. You're very welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize the presence of the special advisor to the Vice President on Climate Change. Representing Ms. Rukayat El-Rufai is Dr. Israel Igwe. A round of applause for Dr. Israel Igwe. You're very welcome, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to a very important part of our event here today, which is the panel session. I will be briefly introducing our panelists. Before then, I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Abiba Balogun, to please take her seat while I welcome our panelists. A round of applause for Abiba Balogun of Abiba Balogun Consulting Limited. You're very welcome. I'd like to invite the co-chair of the National Economic Advisory Council, the NESG Faculty of Economists, Professor Osita Ogbu. A round of applause for Professor Ogbu. Professor Ogbu is a very, very passionate economist who is very passionate about the economic development of this country. He has served on very many different boards at national and state level. I was privileged to work with him while he was chairman of the Enugu State Investment Summit, Oganiru. It's a pleasure to have you, Professor. Thank you for joining us. Also, to join them on this panel, I would like to invite the Chief Executive Officer, Sterling Bank PLC, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. A round of applause for him, please. You're very, very welcome, sir. To join them, I would like to invite the Deputy Director of Nigeria, MacArthur Foundation, Dr. Amina Salihu. Dr. Amina Salihu, a round of applause for her. You're very welcome, ma'am. I'd like to invite the Group Managing Director, Saro Africa International Limited, Mr. Rashid Sarumi. A round of applause for him. You're very welcome, sir. I'd also like to invite Abuja Global Shaper and Director, Legislative Mentorship Initiative, Ms. Sholakwe Shonuga, representing the voice of the youth on our panel here today. A round of applause for her. Also joining us virtually is Dr. Edward K. Brown, Senior Director, Research Policy and Programs at the African Center for Economic Transformation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there you have our panelists. I shall now hand over proceedings to our moderator, Ms. Abiba Balogun, who will take over from here.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. And good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, and our esteemed audience, online and in person, welcome to this pivotal part of the National Economic Dialogue titled Nigeria's Economic Future, 25 Years of Democracy and Beyond. I found the welcome remarks and the opening remarks made by the Minister, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning, and the Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course, the Chair of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, very, very instructive. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Mishakin's presentation. His technical presentation had a lot of data. And I hope you found some of the data that he presented very, very revealing. I look forward to hearing our panelists' perspectives on what we have to see. As we gather today, I actually want to make sure I acknowledge the significance of this 30th year of the Nigerian Economic Summit that's taking place, the main summit taking place in October with that landmark event under the theme Collaborative Action for Growth, Competitiveness, and Stability. I think it has been established that the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and every summit has actually been a catalyst for a lot of improvement and development in Nigeria. So, but there's still a long way to go. Our task today is not only to review the past 25 years of economic development under democracy, but also to forge a clear and actionable path forward that capitalizes on our strengths and addresses the challenges that have hindered our progress. So that's a task before all of you, my distinguished panelists. You're all very, very welcome. They've been introduced briefly. We have Professor Osita Ogbu, the co-chair, the National Advisory Council of the NESG. Dr. Amina Saliu, we call ourselves sisters. She calls anyone a sister and a brother. She's a true nationalist. Deputy Director on Nigeria at the MacArthur Foundation. Mr. Rashid Saramu, who's coming from the trenches in agribusiness from South Africa. Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, who has been fondly, you've got the name, I think everybody nationally has just adopted you as Abu, but I will call you Mr. Suleiman today, the Managing Director of Sterling Bank and one of the voices, the premier voices in Nigeria today. Sholape Shonuga, who's playing a vital role in making sure we have a leadership pipeline of young leaders in public sector and in the legislative arm of government. So thank you for everything you're doing. And of course, Dr. Edward Brown from the African Center for Economic Transformation, who's done a lot of work across different African countries. So his own perspective is vital. As we said, we are very vulnerable to economic shocks from outside our nation. So we don't just look inwards, we have to look outwards as well and see what is going to affect us. Throughout our discussion, I'm going to encourage my panelists to focus on constructive dialogue and solutions, and the audience as well, moving forward rather than criticism, because we're all in it together, right? We're all living with the reality that we have today. Please engage actively. We will have more than adequate time for you to make your contributions, both online and in person. So please get your questions ready, get your comments ready. But I would ask all of you, including my panelists, to please be as concise as possible when you're making your comments or when you're answering questions. And the reason we're asking for this is not because we don't want to get the value of your unique perspective, your experience, and your expertise, but simply because we want to get as many voices in the room as possible and enable adequate participation. And I think that is it. So let me jump straight into our panel discussion. I have an opening question for all of you. And I will start, let me start with this with you, Rashid, Mr. Sarame, because I'm going to start the technical questions from Professor Ogbu. So, Dr. Mishakin's presentation has shown our story, the story of Nigeria, 25 years of democracy in terms of our economic development. He's also shared stories of other countries, comparator countries as well. What is your understanding of what the data is telling us about the impact of the political system called democracy on our economic development over the 25 years of practicing? I'll pass my microphone to you. Over the 25 years. So okay, perfect. So what is your own understanding of what the data is telling us about the impact of the political system called democracy on our economic development over the 25 years of practicing democracy, and how can we get it right? Mr. Sar.
Thank you, Abiba. I think the slide that was of great interest to me was what we have to do to be able to move forward. When you look at where we were in 1980, where we showed so much promise, and where we are today, you can say, do we really have hope? Why should the youth have a belief in the future of Nigeria? However, it has also shown that if we stop doing the same thing, right, and expect a different outcome, if we actually do things right, it's still possible, right, for our country to be where we should be, where we will be in the League of Brazil, for example, where we have seen government stay out of business, create an enabling environment, where we have seen private capital and enterprise drive innovation, where we have seen youths, believe in the country. Thank you, Abby.
To move on to Mr. Suleiman, the same question. What's the data telling us, and how do we get it right?
Well, I guess the starting point is to say that as much as the data suggests we haven't done very well, if you look at the same data differently, it also shows that there's been a significant amount of growth. The question is, why is it, and I think I like the way the video was stopped when Emir Sanusi was talking about how we've doubled our population in just about 20-something years. There's no other country in the world that has grown from 120 million to 230 million. And I think Minister Bagudu also talked about it. The crisis is not that we're not growing. The crisis is that we have not yet taken firm control of a critical parameter, which is the population growth rate. And for far too long, we've treated it as a taboo. We've not had honest engagement about it. I think it's fair to say that no matter what else we do, if we don't have an honest conversation as to what is the reasonable number of people that this Nigeria of ours can sustain today, if that conversation doesn't happen, then the data will continue to say that. And my attitude is, let's go back to where the people are. We're trying to lead people into the future. Far too often, we've left them behind. I think the reason why we have protests and all of this conversation is that the people got left behind. We're trying to solve for problems of the future, whereas for many of them, they need to solve for problems of today. I summarize by saying that if you look at how the budget of the government has been deployed over the years, less than 5% of the budget of the government goes to the rural community where about 50% of our people live. And even if you look at that 5% that goes into the rural community, maybe 1.5% goes to about 25% of our population that are women in rural community. There has to be a rethinking so that we don't go on this journey.
All right. That leads us perfectly to Dr. Saliu. Dr. Saliu, you heard what he said, right?
I did indeed.
Okay, so 25 years of practicing democracy. How do we get it right?
I would say a +1 to the colleagues who have gone before me. And I think, listening to the technical presentation, one thing that struck me was about missed opportunities and how we can do less of that. And one of the key challenges that we need to address in order to be able to move forward is this big elephant in the room about the nature of our politics and how it affects economics. So, one example is in terms of the challenge of policy somersaults. If you had change of government, which is what democracy allows you to do, but there's a consistent engagement around a strategic thinking that is owned, not just by the duty bearers that we call leaders, but also by the citizens, because these countries that we're comparing ourselves with, this is what they have done, to domicile the national vision in the hands of the people, as well as strong systems that would outlive any regime change. We need to do that. It's very important. The second key thing that the presentation has shown me is that, yes, we had better indices in the 80s, and now we're almost at a stagnation point right now. But there is another opportunity that can help us jumpstart that and move us forward. And I could see that the quadrant for high impact, high growth had technology somewhere in there. So we don't have to wait another 100 years to get to where we need to get to. How do we begin to ensure that the opportunity of the fourth industrial revolution around civic technology helps us correct all of those gaps and opportunities and or missed opportunities, and we're able to jumpstart growth and development. But it's not just in terms of the big numbers that we see. It is that, growth must also correlate to development, and that means what do people on the ground see and feel? What is the lived reality of the ordinary person on the street? That's going to be the most important indicator of where Nigeria is. I rest my case for now.
Okay. The lived reality. So a lot of policies, programs, initiatives, development, and so on. How has that affected the lived reality of the people on the street? So, Ms. Shoniga, I think you're perfectly positioned to answer that, to build on that. But the original question was about the data, what it's telling us about this political system called democracy that we've been practicing for 25 years. How do we get it right? And also to build on what your previous panelists have said.
Thank you very much. I think I'm very excited about this, specifically because of what everyone, specifically because of what everyone else has said previously or prior to this. We've talked about engaging the people. We've talked about ensuring that the people are served, and that has resonated around the panel. But who are the people? 60% of Nigeria's population is under 25. By 2035, it's projected that 70% of Nigeria's population will be under 25. And so these people that we are saying, let's serve, all the solutions that we've been preferring, it's for the youth. And it's very interesting to note that in a recent study that was done by Afrobarometer, about 60% of Africa's youth, including Nigeria's youth, would prefer military rule to democracy. And that is a reality we need to come to terms with. The young population has not experienced military rule, and so they don't know how hard it gets. They don't know the reality of military rule. But they're so desperate for a solution that they think that going to the military will be better than what we have now. And this is the harsh reality. Now, I'm not saying that I support military rule. I'm pro-democracy. But the people out there that are going through the harsh times that we're going through in Nigeria don't know this. And so these are some of the things that we need to reflect on and act very quickly. And I know that we've started preferring solutions. And of course, for me, the major solution is carrying this demography that is basically most of Nigeria along in these processes so that we don't see the overturn and the decay of our democracy in Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dolakwe. So I'd like to say that even under democracy, they feel that their governance is too militaristic and authoritarian. So I don't see how the majority of Nigerians who are already under 35, so when we talk about Nigerians, we're already talking about under 35s, yeah? Would cope under any other form. So as you said, they just don't know what that means, but they're saying the concept is not working for us. What are the alternatives, right? That's the question you're asking. Now, when I come to you, Prof, because of what our previous panelists have said, I think I'm going to jump straight to my opening question to you, because as an individual who has served at the highest levels in economics, politics, business, academia, we are a professor of economics right now, you know, you've become known for a saying about politics driving economy. In fact, I think it's along the lines of, if you want to fix the economy, you should fix politics. So why is democracy not delivering the economic dividend?
Is it working now? Thank you very much. First of all, I like this opportunity for us to reflect. We don't have enough intelligent conversations in Nigeria. We assume that those who hold office are the most brilliant. They are not. I would have liked that the chief of staff would have stayed. I like that the chairman of party is here. I hope this video will be made available to the chief of staff or some note passed to them. What you just said has keyed in. You're right. I have always said that politics is superior to economics. Politics drives economics. I walk into a room and they say, oh, here is, by the way, I was at one time Obasanjo's chief economic advisor. So I'm not just a theoretician, I have also practiced. I was also in charge of national planning of this country at one point. The reason why I say politics is superior to economics is that the interface, the policy-making process, the policy itself is a product of politics. I liked the statement that the Chief of Staff made in his opening remarks about Siamese twins of democracy and development. The reason why the young ones are having issues, like everyone, is that our democracy is faulty. There are pillars, there are things that build democracy. One of them is the presence of a modern state. We jumped into democracy without creating a modern state. A modern state is a state that has gone beyond patrimony, that is driven by excellence and merit. A modern state is the state that creates national identity for everyone, upon which you create then a locus of loyalty to nation rather than to tribe. You need a modern state. So if you ask what is the first thing, we must take steps to create a modern state that can create a national identity. I have once recommended that why is it that we don't have a National Integration Commission, different from National Orientation Agency, that can do it. This national identity is critical. Second pillar is the rule of law. Different from rule by law. I want us to make a distinction. Rule of law. Rule of law means even the president, the governor, everyone is subjected to this law. Rule by law is when the ruler can make laws but is not subject to that law. So we need to have this rule of law entrenched completely. Third is democratic accountability, meaning you are in office for the people, not for anything else. And so when I hear people say, wait for the next cycle of election so that you can vote them out and vote those in, no. That's procedural accountability. It doesn't work. Within that 4 years, you have taken the mandate. And I'm happy somebody made a comment. When you put yourself out to be elected, what you are signaling to the citizens is, I have capacity to solve whatever mess I meet. And I have the capacity to solve whatever mess that is thrown at me. And that is why when COVID arrived, leaders dealt with it. So the fourth one is what we call forbearance. You cannot do things because you have powers to do them. You have to have self-restraint. You have to have discipline that says, even though I can, I will not. These are the things the kids are responding to. And for as long as you don't fix this, I wish the chairman of APC would gather all the governors in one room and I will address them.
It's possible.
Let me finish with this. When you have a governor or a head of state deciding who is chairman of party, who is chief justice, who is president of senate, you have taken away all the checks that the system has created to make sure that that person does not become autocratic. And so we create a strong person rather than strengthening the strong institutions that should check the operator of this democracy.
Thank you, Prof. Clearly, you've struck a strong chord, several chords, actually. Several chords. I'd like to move to our virtual panelist, Dr. Edward Brown from Asset. So, Dr. Brown, you've heard the question about, you've seen the data, the technical presentation by Dr. Mishakin, and you've heard the question. He's a seasoned expert in economic policy and institutional development with extensive experience in economic reforms across different countries in Africa and around the world. So, Dr. Brown, we'd like to hear your thoughts on what you've heard so far from the technical presentation and from your fellow panelists, as well as what specific institutional reforms you believe are most crucial for Nigeria's economic transformation. Dr. Brown.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be part of this august panel and to have been invited to have a conversation around the issues of democracy and economic transformation. And I've learned a lot already from the videos as well as the presentations. I think the chief economist raised a number of fundamental issues that any country is facing when it comes to economic transformation. He cited a number of key drivers of economic transformation. And I think what Dr. was mentioning also, based on the whole issue of governance and political economy, is very, very important. What I would like to, very briefly, and maybe if time permits, I can go further into some of the observations in this area. I think when we're looking at economic transformation or development, many often than not, if you take the analogy of an elephant, some people will be looking at the ears, others will be looking at the tail, the leg, the trunk, and all that. And each of these are very important, but if they are not together, being coordinated, as Sita was mentioning, if they're not being coordinated and developing institutional structures or mechanisms that would help to move the needle on those variables, then, you would not be adequately addressing the issues of economic transformation. I would just like to raise 2 points. One is that growth is important, but it's not sufficient. And we've seen this all over the world, but also in Africa in particular. And the issue of diversification, which the chief economist raised, and productivity and all that are important. What we have been able to do at Asset is to bring together a number of dimensions of economic transformation that describes when a country is transforming, what does it look like? And how do you then engineer the processes to achieve those objectives set? And there are five areas that we have looked at. I'll be very brief on this. One is the issue of diversification, which is critical because it helps to hedge against both external and internal shocks, and also export competitiveness, which he also mentioned. Because even if you're supporting your small, medium-sized enterprises, if they're not able to be competitive enough to link into the regional and global value chains, then you not have a sustainable economic transformation program. But even more important is the whole issue of productivity. And in some countries, even they have set up productivity committees, because productivity permeates everything. Without productivity increases, you are just redistributing poverty. If you're not growing and increasing output per labor, then you're not doing much. And of course, the whole issue of technology. So all these things are important. But the key issue here is that when you take Nigeria in particular, where we've done
So in certain other domains. So I'm going to come to you, Dr. Saliu. You bring a wealth of experience in inclusive governance, gender equity, and policy advocacy. What role should civil society play in economic planning? We don't often think about that. You know, what are some of the most important things that we cannot do without? What do we need to focus on?
Many thanks, my sister. Let me just quickly interject that, in response to what has been said, that democracy hasn't failed us. We are the ones that have failed democracy. And you could hear that in the analogy of my big brother, Professor Oku. It's the way in which we have approached the systems. It's the way in which we have not allowed systems to grow. It's the way in which, and I'm going to link this to civil society, we trivialize politics. Now, you look at our constitution, I think it says that somebody who has a primary school certificate can be president of this country. I beg your pardon. In this 21st century, you need to have three things, and this I learned from the Unconventional School of Politics, Policy, and Governance, where some of us are on the faculty, my brother Abu and I. You need character, you need competence, and you need capacity. If you do not have that, even if you had the best advice put before you, you don't have the capacity to process that. Nothing is going to change. So, we want to have inclusive governance. We want to ensure that citizens get carried along, but citizens also have to know that, politics is more than electoral circles. It's really more about the integrity of the institutions and the character of the state itself, and we have to be able to engage with that. And I think this is where civil society comes in. And every time we talk about civil society, I see that we tend to think of non-governmental organizations. They are a part of civil society, but civil society is bigger than non-governmental organizations. It is any entity that is outside the state. This is the way I'm trying to define civil society. What does that mean? Professional organizations, community-based organizations, labor movements, the academia, the media, the private sector, they're all part of civil society. Now, having said that, I think there's certain things that must be our direct responsibility as members of civil society. One, of course, as we know, is to guard the guardians. The guardians are the people who are responsible for managing our resources. It's important for us to understand what the budget looks like, because the budget is not just numbers. Sometimes we look at it and say, oh, okay, another budget has come around. It's actually an explanation of where your values lie in terms of what is prioritized. And the only people in this country who really pay attention to the budget is the private sector, for obvious reasons. But the rest of civil society also needs to engage. So what it means is that government is important, but to have governance, citizens must also participate. Because, people in government are coming from civil society. They're not coming from planet X. They are coming from amongst us. So guarding the guardians will be very important to do. Second is in terms of protecting the space for policies that work. Policies that work cannot just be overturned overnight and there's no voice, there's no resistance. If we have an excellent school feeding program in this country, for example, and we know the benefit of it for our children's health and educational outcomes, and another government comes and says, no, we're no longer feeding our children in school. It's the role of civil society to be the custodian of policy and ensure that we have policy continuity and policy consistency. It's very important because without that across regime change, like I was sharing earlier, we cannot proceed. The third thing that I think civil society needs to do to help the process is in protecting the sanctity of data. Sometimes we come out and we weaponize poverty, we weaponize our own interest. And nobody is asking, but where are the facts? So all those years of Aluta Continua, Victoria Asata, it's not going to take us very far. Civil society is itself, redefining itself, and it has to continue to do that. Where are the facts? It has to be a problem that Nigeria is only 2.6% of the world's population, and we account for almost 20% of maternal death. That should not be acceptable. So using the facts to lead the argument, it's something that civil society needs to do. Now, the fourth thing is about accountability. It's very easy to say government needs to do A, government needs to do B, but we also have to ask ourselves, how much room have we created as civil society? How much opportunities have we enabled? We have a law in this country whose moratorium has just passed. This is the law on the rights of persons with disabilities. And from 2024 to 2025, every organization in this country, government or non-governmental, is supposed to ensure that they are implementing the Disability Act, which includes access. Most of us who are asking for change to happen have not asked ourselves how we are enabling change to happen. How many of us have offices that are accessible? How many of us have persons with disabilities employed? How many of us are asking the question, how is our corporate social responsibility enabling voice and opportunity for those who are at the bottom of the pyramid? So civil society needs to also ask those kind of very hard questions. Then it has the right, because it is self-accounting, it now has the right to demand accountability of others. One last space where civil society needs to also be self-accounting is in the way in which we use the opportunity of social media. It is absolutely wrong, and I always like to be at NES conversations because it's a place where you can speak your truth and know, you're not worried at all. It is absolutely wrong to seek to regulate the use of the social media against citizens. Government cannot legislate morality. You cannot. You cannot regulate association. There are bigger, fishes to fry. But civil society itself needs to recognize that technology, social media, democratized communication comes with responsibility. And we have to use this in ways that would expand the space, that would deal with some of the fundamental problems facing us. For instance, this high cost of food right now, 43% food inflation. Let me close on one last challenge, because I had about 5 or 6. I've talked about the Disability Act. I want to close on the recent ruling of the Supreme Court, where we now have local government autonomy. What exactly does that mean for government? What does it mean for civil society? What does it mean for the relationship between both of them? Because going back again to the technical presentation, my sister, we were looking at the aggregate levels, but you saw the photo of the woman there doing the agriculture. She's really at the bottom of the pyramid. She's local. Everything is local. So if we have a new law that says local government should have autonomy, which means, I'm assuming, they're going to have control of their budget, they're going to have control of all of their fiscal duties, including taxation, they're going to have control of their citizen spaces and be able to determine what happens to people at that local level. It means that the role of civil society would also change. It's not the duty of civil society to speak for the people, it is the duty of civil society to speak with the people and to enable an opportunity for the people to engage with all those people that they have elected. So how do we then ensure that all of those constituency projects, that we don't know where some of them are, with all due respect. Some we know where they are, some we don't know where they are. This is the fact. How will that change? And if we can just be short on symbolism and be long on policy impact, civil society and government will work better together. Okay. I was very surprised with the speed with which we changed our national anthem. Yeah. I never knew we could pass a law that fast in this country, but the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act took 14 years. The Administration of Criminal Justice Act took 15 years. The disability law took almost 20 years. But we passed the anthem in what? In a week? In 4 days? I leave it to you. You are the experts, you are the Nigerians. But we need to be short on symbolism and to be long on policy impact. And then government will have the respect of civil society, and civil society will also have the respect of government. It's got to be vice versa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saliu. So we are guarding the guardians, but we start by making sure that we are good guards, right? So we have to walk our own talk. Yeah. So would you like to go ahead and recognize the arrival of the Honorable Minister? Okay. All right then. So I'm coming over to you, my brother Rashid Saromi, because as I said, you are in the trenches in agribusiness. And I know it came out in Dr. Mishakin's report about low impact, low growth, low impact, the way we're doing it right now, right? And it has to be much higher. From your perspective, from that perspective, what has been the progress and challenges? Because, I mean, Mr. Suleiman also said there has been a lot of progress, right? It's just that we're not measuring that right now. We're looking at some other indicators. What has been the progress and challenges in the past 25 years, especially in terms of food security? Let me say food security rather than food insecurity. And what can we expect in the next 25 years? Will it be this turbulent?
Thank you. I think the last 2 to 3 years somehow colored the slow progress we have made in agriculture. In the last 25 years, we have actually made significant progress. And Abu did hit the nail on the head when he talked about population. People talk about insecurity and other things, but we actually have more mouths to feed. It's also a challenge. Productivity has not kept pace with the population. Part of the things we have done is that we have actually have adoption of technology by farmers. That has increased over in the last 25 years. It's not where we want it to be. And we have actually transitioning from subsistence farming to seeing agric as a business. I will talk about that in a while. As I said, the adoption of technology has seen increase in yield in maize and rice. It's obvious. However, this is still lower than countries like Mali that are actually more arid in terms of 2010 and up until lately, fiscal policies that have supported commercial agriculture, right? And it's helped. It's helped. However, let's talk about the challenges. I'll close with the opportunities and what we have to do. Productivity is still poor. And if you look at contribution of agriculture to GDP, and even the economists referring to agriculture as not what can lead us to growth, I kind of disagree a bit, because it's because of our low productivity. You know, we are not food secured. So the excess output that should drive industrialization is not there. Sustained industrialization can turn agric into a catalyst for growth. I'll come to that. Then we have information. You know, the way we use information in the country is funny. And it's difficult for people who want to make investment in agriculture, who desire serious return in agriculture, or people who want to finance agriculture like Abubakar, that will go ahead because the information is not there. Agriculture is not de-risked. We are seeing the government still think agriculture is what they do to people. I will provide them inputs. I've distributed seeds. I have 1 million hectares. I can feed Nigeria. Those things are sloganeering. They've never increased agriculture in Nigeria, and they are part of the challenge that we have. Policies too. Private sector engage with government to bring some kind of policies, because to solve the medium term and long term, if certain policies are not right, nobody is going to go into agriculture with the current fiscal climate, especially interest rate. It's not going to happen. You are not going to see new investment. That's very clear, you know. Now, talking about opportunities, I think agriculture still represents a great opportunity. However, we have to see it in a different light. Government is overrated in agriculture. Government should limit its business in agriculture to de-risking the space. Let's know the land that we have available. Let's know the farmers that we have. Let's be able to georeference the farmer to the land so that we are not lying. If I have 1 million hectares in one state and yet we have food insecurity, something is wrong. Either I'm lying, which is the reality, or the government is lying. I think another thing is, Nigeria can't do everything. I would talk from a crop production perspective, of which is my area. Nigeria has like 5 or 6 crops that we can use to fix these issues we have with employment that can also lead to agri-driving growth. One of them, maize. When I was growing up, maize used to be the staple. Food is made around maize. Our taste has changed. With maize, doubling productivity in maize is possible. If in 3 years we could double the current yield and we will be maize surplus, that maize surplus will lead to the protein value chain, will have impact, people will be employed, there will be more things that we can do. We are not actually a rice country, we're a maize country. Maize can grow in most places in Nigeria. That's a quick fix. 2, cassava. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of cassava, yet cassava is expensive. And it's not enough. If we can also double cassava production, that will lead to industrial revolution. You know, first, we need to solve the food security, that is abundant, than the excess. We use it across industry, from toothpaste to drinks to pharmaceutical to even fuel-grade ethanol that we can use to blend petrol. And this is possible all over Nigeria. Another key thing in soybean. Soybean goes with maize. It's much more difficult, but because it's done as either a mixed crop or a relay crop, it's possible to also double productivity. Since we have acquired this taste for rice and we have seen successes across Nigeria, I think rice has to be there. 2 crops that we spend heavily on import, wheat and sugar. Okay, we have to find a way to solve the problems. Wheat, I will leave that, but I want to talk about sugarcane. Nigeria imports, let's say, close to 2 million tons of raw sugar or thereabout. We do not produce up to 80,000 tons of sugar in Nigeria. There is no incentive for backward integration. If the CME asked me, Rashid, you must do the yes, I have 16,000 hectares to do sugar. I'm not going to do anything if it doesn't fix the policy, if it doesn't send the law to the National Assembly and is quickly passed, like we passed the national anthem, that we hold everybody to certain commitment. I was very disturbed in Côte d'Ivoire, in the northern part of Côte d'Ivoire. Sugar yield is more in Côte d'Ivoire than in Nigeria. It's because the local economy has not. So we can fix that. And of course, we have to find a solution around wheat. But I must warn, wheat can only thrive where there is winter. We need to be clear about that. So our expectation has to be moderated. It's not a crop we have comparative advantage in. So we have to know that. So the moment government limits its role, comes up with policies, de-risk land access, make life more meaningful in the rural area where we say 50% of the people live. That's what we want government to do. Government should not be in agriculture, should not do stuff. And we now have these accommodating fiscal policies. Of course, oil palm is still also a crop where we have major comparative advantage. Some of the crops are annual, that is, you have harvest them annually. Some take 10 years. How do I take money at 30% and do that? We are working already with the CME and Minister of Planning and Co in ensuring that we have finance available that will make agriculture worthwhile. Lastly, what of the small farmers? For the small farmers, we see they can do better. Doing better means they have to work in clusters. But you know, the extension curve, which is the adoption curve, as the innovators, when the commercial farms are around, there is no way the first beneficiaries are the smallholders. But where they are no excellent, then out of them, when we are able to put them together, then they become early adopters, then other people are able to follow. So I see a future that by 2050, we can actually be in the top 12 economy, and agriculture can play a role. But it can play a role with government holding it and thinking they can change stuff. Government is overrated in agriculture. It has to play the role of being an enabler. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sarami. The voice of experience from the trenches, because those are the real trenches of Nigeria. And he set you up perfectly, Mr. Suleiman, because he talked about a lot of issues that fall within your own sphere of influence, you know, as a leader in financial sector. So what policy changes would you recommend, or maybe practice changes to ensure greater financial stability and to attract sustained investment over the next 25 years?
Thank you. Well, oh, wow. Rashid, you really did set me up. Rashid might have been in the trenches, but I've had the benefit of being in the front row, and once in a while I've handed over a shovel or two to him. So his story is almost as good as mine. I'm going to start with a quote that I've been playing in my head. And it says that, I made it up. It says that either we go to the villages or the villages will come to us. Right. If we don't go to the villages, the villagers will come to us. And Rashid said something really powerful, which is the role that agriculture will play if we're going to get to sustainability and prosperity. And I'm going to try and speak through the stages of it. With food inflation, it means that we have to run a high interest environment because it drives inflation, and once inflation is very high, you're going to have a high interest environment. Why is this important? For as long as productivity is low in agriculture, food inflation is high, it then means that even the financial system cannot support the growth we're looking for. You cannot have mortgages when interest rate is at 25%. You cannot finance agriculture even with 20% interest rate. So what happened is because you failed in the farm, your entire system fails to support the modern growth you're looking for. Right? So let's never underestimate the incredible role that agriculture will play in stabilizing this country. Even our exchange rate is primarily a function of failure with food security. To talk about the 25 years that we have collaborated, and I think the NES is a good platform to talk about it, because I think this is one of the most advanced collaboration platforms between private sector and government. Probably the only stage where we feel almost as equal because of the way we work together. I will talk about the 25 years and what we've done. It's the financial services system. If you look at the net domestic credit, it was $334 billion in 1994. It is $90.8 trillion now. So in monetary terms, it's a massive increase in domestic credit. But what are the things that made this growth possible? A couple of them. One is the collaboration between our regulator, the central bank, and the banking sector led to one of the most advanced payment systems in the world. The instant payment in Nigeria is comparable to payment anywhere, and is the work of a collaboration between government and private sector. The second is the banking capitalization, which, though driven by the regulator, was embraced by the banking sector. That changed the entire nature of banking system in Nigeria. The third one is the BVN, which we all take for granted. It was an effort of the private sector to come in, led by the central bank again, at a time when there was failure. Right? That collaboration again between government and private sector created something that is incredibly powerful. Over 50 million Nigerians today have this unique number that has led to all kinds of growth in fintech and so many other related areas. A more recent one is the introduction of the GSI, which is the Global Standing Instruction, which is an attempt to cure the failure of the legal system for debt collection. Small start, it is a very powerful tool. It has then allowed us to start to grow domestic credit, especially consumer credit. And I'll close the fifth collaboration with financial inclusion, where we've moved from less than 50% to about 75% of Nigerians having access to some form of financial services. I think this is a story of collaboration between government and private sector. And what did that deliver? We are a private sector banking system. In other words, we are a non-subsidized banking system. And we should not take it for granted that a sector as important as this can at least pay its ways and contribute in taxes to the government rather than rely on public resources at the time when it is scarce. We have also grown faster in these 25 years than most other sectors of the economy. And while in many cases we look at it and we are upset that some sectors are doing well, what we want is for other sectors to do well, not for those who have done well to stop doing well. We are also domesticated, and we are domestically determined. In other words, what happens in the Nigerian banking sector does not get decided in some room in New York. And we should not underestimate that. There are many, many African economies where the financial system is still a victim of foreign domination. We have cutting-edge technology. Of course, I've talked about that. And we have started to expand internationally and even beyond Africa. So the last 25 years for financial services hasn't been all bad news. Of course, there are a couple of areas where we could have done better, one of which is credit penetration. Despite the fact that there's been a massive credit growth, the penetration is still low. The last 3 years has been much better. And again, some of the work that government is doing, like NEL Fund, is actually laying a solid foundation for credit penetration. By the time people are coming out of school, they already understand the discipline of credit and the process of credit. We have a reasonable problem, a deep problem with asset value erosion. This is so important for banking sector. You wouldn't buy a house if you think, a 4-bedroom house, if you think that you come back in 10 years and there'll be only 1 bedroom left, right? You would buy a 4-bedroom house, you expect to see 4 bedroom in 10 years. Asset value erosion means that when I put my money in the banking system, I have to feel confident that the value that it represents would be comparable to what it was when I put it there. Now, the issues leading to it, there are many, including food inflation, including monetary expansion, and a host of other things. But primarily, we need the level of productivity that means we do not have asset value erosion. Otherwise, what tends to happen is the capital from the country then get exported to places where they can be assured of asset protection. And the Nigerian domestic saver is increasingly becoming international. The platform available for a domestic saver to participate in the international market is, cryptocurrency is just one example of that. We have to understand that we have to protect the value of the currency, otherwise we cannot protect the industry. And finally, I think we need to worry quite a bit about the emerging fraud risk and what I call technology slavery. As the banking sector becomes increasingly technology-led, we need to sit back and start to build our own technology. Otherwise, what happens is we effectively externalize the entire value we've created. We make all the money and we just remit it to technology companies internationally. Now, what do I want in the next 25 years? I'm glad my minister is here. The first thing that I want, sir, and I think every Nigerian wants, is what we've always aspired to: asset value protection. The right to the asset has to be protected. There have been instances where people have mischievously suggested that government was going to take some sort of money from citizens. The consequences of it is instant. People immediately, if you watch your outflows, anytime those mischievous information goes out, you see Nigerians moving their money outside. You see Nigerians taking their money and buying real estate, anything but banking sector. We need to reassure Nigerians often and daily that their asset, the right to their asset, to be protected. And we now need to work collectively to ensure that the value of their financial asset would also be sustained. I also think that the legal system, when we say there's no access to credit, the major failure first was an identity failure. I can't give you credit if I don't know who you are. Now that we've solved a lot of that, we now need to create the legal system. There has to be a specialized legal system that deals with financial matter. Because money moves at the speed of light, the legal system moves, well, it doesn't, right? So we have to, if the two are not aligned, we've got a problem. Then the third one is the private sector obligation primarily, but I think the government needs to orchestrate it. We need to own technologies. Financial systems is a technology system. We need to own technologies. Whoever is working towards this should be supported. Where there are rules that can support it should be done. And I'll round up by saying, when the other economies that we envy, when they started, the financial system was allowed to color over the line. You could do a lot of things. They had to do a lot of things to create the behemoths that came up in other sectors. Unfortunately for us, we are coming up at a time when we have become so civilized, and therefore we are operating under very tight regulation. I think we must first create before we regulate. We must think about ways to empower the financial system to, if we want the next 25 years to matter, we must go beyond just regulating. We must innovate. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we're approaching the time when we're going to be engaging the audience. I have a question for Ms. Shonuga, and then I'll take a closing comment from Professor Ogbu. So please, get your questions ready. I think what we've heard so far has been so tremendously rich. Those of you online as well, please take advantage of the Q&A box to ask your questions. So, Ms. Shonuga, you're representing the majority of Nigerians. I hope everyone here is aware of that she's representing the majority of Nigerians. Those of us, I think the average age here is probably 45, 50. That is not the average age of Nigerians. She's representing them. So, and she's also a social inclusion specialist. So what, from the perspective of the majority of Nigerians, what do you see as the biggest economic challenges and opportunities? And how can the present policies and practices be changed or shaped to better address those needs? Because we heard earlier that in some areas there's been a lot of progress. In some other areas, especially policy, we're doing the same things we've always done. How can we make sure that we're meeting the needs of the majority of Nigerians who will be under 35 in the coming decades? That's not going to change. Over to you, Ms. Shonuga.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be representing Nigeria. I think that the first thing that I would like to emphasize, and I know that everyone here has probably heard this over and over again, and that is the issue of education, which is the most basic thing that will solve all of our problems and would ensure that we have solutions to the challenges that we face. I think last year, about 10 million children out of school. In a recent report, May 2024, there are now 18 million children out of school in Nigeria. That then goes ahead to affect, that's basic education, by the way. That then goes ahead to affect the quality of people that we have, within the university systems. It goes ahead to affect the quality of graduates that we have. And it's not even just the matter of out-of-school children, but there's also the matter of the quality of the basic education, the quality of the tertiary education. And in the video that was played earlier, when Mrs. Awoshika was speaking, she was emphasizing that fact, and I was just nodding my head, yes, because I completely resonate. And if you go beyond the subject of education, when people then graduate from school, the unemployment rate in Nigeria, as we all know, is about 53%. That means that the people that actually then make it, past basic education and perhaps then proceed to get a tertiary education, when they leave school, they don't have jobs. About 53% of them, which is more than half, leave school and don't have an opportunity to work. This then goes ahead to affect, of course, our economic growth, our GDP, and all the other things that my fantastic co-panelists have mentioned today. This will then affect what we all like to call jackpot culture. A lot of young people are leaving the country en masse. September is jackpot season. When I walk around, perhaps a shopping center, there's so many people that are selling luggage. I don't know if you've noticed, but that's because everyone is leaving the country. And that is because there's no opportunities for people that actually want to stay. And for some of the people like me who refuse to go and say, Nigeria is my country, I am a patriot, I have to stay and make Nigeria work. The people that choose to do business, only about 5% of young people that are entrepreneurs have access to the funding that they need to be able to start their businesses and grow their businesses and scale their businesses. And so if 95% of young people that are trying to get into the entrepreneurial space, grow Nigeria's economy, don't have that opportunity, then there is indeed a very critical problem that we need to address. The next thing is then addressing this problem. And that's something that I'm very passionate about, the inclusion of young people within Nigeria's public governance and the inclusion of young people within Nigeria's political leadership and public leadership. We cannot make decisions for the people when the people are not on the table. It's not possible. And I know that we've heard this over and over again. And the way we have approached the situation, previously has been okay. There are various initiatives. I am the director of the Legislative Mentorship Initiative. It's an initiative that is grooming the next generation of Nigeria's public sector leaders. Interestingly, it was founded by the Chief of Staff to the President. And so we can't say that efforts haven't been made to include young people. However, how much more do we have to do? We can't approach inclusion in a tokenistic manner. A lot of things have been done, yes, but a lot of things still need to be done, which then brings me to the other side of things, which is the opportunities. How can we solve all of these things? Because I can't come here and talk about all the challenges and not then prefer solutions. And I think that the first thing that we need to do is to mainstream youth into the process. And so, yes, thank you, we have youth leader. Thank you, we have youth ministry. But how many of the youth are we then putting forward to the table? If you have a table of 10 people, what percentage of it is actually representing the major percentage of people in the country? And so it's important that we don't approach these things in a tokenistic manner. Instead, we mainstream the voices of young people and integrate them into decision-making, integrate them into the processes. And I know that after this, a lot of the solutions that we've all spoken about, we've talked about banking, we've talked about agriculture, we've talked about the civil society space. And I know that Prof will talk about economics. How are we integrating young people into this process? The second opportunity, and I think it goes without saying, it was mentioned in the presentation, is tech and innovation. The tech industry is booming, and young Nigerians have started to shape the tech industry. But we can't just watch young Nigerians shape the tech industry. We have to create an enabling environment so that they can do a lot much more and they can contribute to the growth and development of Nigeria. We've heard stories of Flutterwave, we've heard stories of Paystack. Let's not stop hearing those stories. Let's not say, okay, we have tech giants in Nigeria and then not continue to create opportunities, enabling environment, mobilize resources for more people to be able to tap into these industries. And I'm sorry to say, but the tech industry is such that it's young people that would have to run it. We can't have, the same old people then trying to drive the technological space, because young people are the ones that were born into the technological industry.
Yeah, thank you.
The next thing I just wanted to say is the importance of intergenerational cooperation. So as a young person, I'm here, I'm able to say all these things and do all these things because I've learned from older people. And I don't underestimate the importance of the value that older people have to bring to the table. A young person can't wake up, in the morning and say, I want to just rule the world and go ahead and rule the world. You have to learn from someone. And I have someone in the room today. I'm sorry I'm shouting you out, but he was one of my mentors, and I told him I will be speaking at NESG. And he came. Can we please give him a round of applause? That is Mr. Dapo Oyewole. He's the chair of the Legislative Mentorship Initiative, and he's one of the people that has mentored me. And the importance of intergenerational mentorship, intergenerational cooperation is so important. And so as we're making space for young people, let's make space in a way that when they do come to the table, they have an enabling environment, they have the knowledge, they have the resources that will enable them to thrive. So that we don't come back and say, oh, we gave you the opportunity, but you didn't do good with it. I know that together, we can see impact and see economic growth in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shonuga. Thank you. And we have the Honorable Minister of Finance here who's going to be making some remarks shortly. So, Professor Ogbu, if you wouldn't mind making your remarks, and then I'll hand over to the MC, Tony, to introduce the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now that we have fixed politics and we have fixed democracy, Mr. Chairman, you will pass your notes to the Honorable Minister because he came in late, he didn't hear the things I said about fixing politics and fixing democracy. I worry when people say government should stay out. Government cannot stay out. Whether it is agriculture, whether it is industry, whether it is mining, government, at the stage of development at which we are, we need a developmental state. A state that is even entrepreneurial, if I may say so. A state, the problem we have is that we don't have state capacity, defined by competence and merit. So once you have this, you guys talk about China every time. How did they do it? State capacity. A state that can incentivize and punish. Second part of it is very important, ability to punish erring people. So it is, please. So it is the absence of that state capacity that makes us think states should stay away. In agriculture, it was Shimon Peres who said, agriculture is 95% science and 5% labor. So what are you guys talking about? Who is going to generate the science? Private sector? Of course not. We have universities of agriculture, and Minister of Agriculture should take note of this. In this crisis we have, how has he used the universities of agriculture to generate knowledge around the locality in where they exist? Go and study Israel. Israel is 95% arid and semi-arid and export food. Every challenge is conquered by knowledge. That knowledge is often, as you all know, whether it is in the US or here, driven by government. Industry. We have Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, talking about borrowing at 30%. You don't have to borrow at 30%. We created these institutions as a bridge because we know that we cannot leave these industries to the so-called market forces. That they need to have institutions where government itself is saying, we will support you to go and do what you need to do. To the Honorable Minister of Finance, the budget that is coming should signal to the nation that the Minister of Industry is important, Minister of Science and Technology is important, generation of knowledge to support growth is important. When you talk about productivity, how does it come about? Productivity is driven by knowledge, by technology. China in the initial phase of their growth, is not the investment that came. It is that they realigned their factors to where they are more productive. In other words, given what we already have now, we can still grow.
Yeah.
But you need to realign them, and the budget is one way of signaling. I know you want to stop me. I want the minister who is coordinating to actually coordinate.
Okay.
Because there have been coordination failure. We don't have a lot of assets, but the assets are scattered in too many institutions. So the coordinating minister has a responsibility to coordinate these agencies and direct them to a few areas in where we are going to achieve growth and where we are going to achieve serious competition within the globe.
Thank you so very much, Prof. And thank you for making the point that Dr. Brown wanted to focus on, which was about coordination as a key element of transformation. So, Tony, over to you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is still the National Economic Dialogue 2024. We are privileged to have with us the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Chief Olawale Edun, CFR, and it is my pleasure to invite him to address us. A round of applause for him as he comes.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good afternoon. The chairman of the All Progressives Congress. This is a day when we are talking about our democratic journey and 25 years of unbroken democracy. So, Your Excellency, Alhaji Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR. Chairman of NESG, Mr. Nii Yusuf. Of course, at this late stage in the day, I'll greet the guest speakers and panelists, and I'll say all protocols duly observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I first of all want to congratulate NESG on convening this all-important conversation. It, of course, is very apt, very timely in the midst of the ongoing macroeconomic reforms, which, as we all know, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu began immediately upon assuming office on May 29, 2023. Prof, you say I came late. What I will say is that since I'm here for my time slot after the panel, I'm actually on time. And the alternative was given conflicting schedule. The alternative was to have said that since I couldn't be here from the beginning, I wouldn't come at all. I think I've chosen the best alternative, have I not? Thank you. I've listened. I've heard you, Prof, on coordination, and I've heard you on science and technology. Today is not a day for defending Mr. President's administration and what he has done so far. No. It is a day for a conversation with such an elite, knowledgeable audience, and it's a day for, in fact, putting before you some of the issues as government sees them and some of the issues that together we must form what I would call an elite consensus in order to resolve. Because if we look at the macroeconomic reforms which were necessary and overdue, and the fact that they had a cost, particularly in terms of inflation, it is not the poor and the most vulnerable that have to bear the brunt. It is the strongest in society, the richest, the most knowledgeable, and the most resourced in society that have to put heads together, dip their hands in their pockets, and make the extra effort. And I will say this, 25 years of democracy, we are still trying, and we must continue to try. Democracy may not be the only form in which to organize a society, but I think all of us agree that it is the best. And it's always a work in progress, trying to improve our democracy, and indeed, today's dialogue is an effort in that direction. Ms. Shonuga, not everybody is leaving the country. As you say, there are those that are thriving, but I agree with you that the opportunity that must be given to young people is still something that we are striving to achieve. And I'll put it this way, what you want is a level playing field. Access to opportunity, access to capital, access to resources, and that you have every right to aspire to. You know, on a personal note, when immediately after graduating, after spending so many years abroad, I came straight back, but not because I didn't do it blindly. I looked, and of course, I studied economics, I studied Nigerian economy, and in 1980, 1981, there could be no better place to be than in Nigeria on the verge of huge industrialization. There were the car plants. There were the paper plants. There was steel, not just the Ajaokuta complex still going up, hopefully. There were the rolling mills. There was huge developments in the agricultural sector, which for long was the mainstay of the Nigerian economy, of course, apart from oil. And there was the promise of a petrochemical complex at Eleme that will produce virtually all the raw materials that the economy could need, for the paint sector, chemical sector, textile sector, rubber sector. That was the picture of Nigeria then. So there was nobody looking to Jakpa. In fact, Dr. Salim, yes, important conversations about social media, I agree. MD, Abubakar Suleiman, you've hit the nail on the head, and you are showing the way in terms of you keep trying. You don't just give up, or you don't even abandon the path you are on. Because at the end of the day, if you keep on, the path will nobody will plan a path that is not successful. So some may be quicker than the others, but whatever path you're on, if you have the determination which we need to persevere, you will get there. Let me, so Habiba, is my time up? Let me just say this. We're in the middle of economic reform, but the reality is that we have underperformed. In 1981, the time I talked about, the time I had my generation had our opportunity, our GDP per capita was about $2,200. Today it's $1,600. That says it all, that statistic. It says that, we have gone behind, but the race is not over. The game is not over. But we can see what we have to make up. When a Premier League team goes 2-0 down at halftime, they know they've got to get at least 2 goals back to get any kind of result. That's where we are. And China, Prof talked about China. In 1975, China's GDP per capita was $175. Nigeria's was 441. Theirs was 175, ours was 441 in 1975. Today, China's GDP per capita, $12,000. And we know where ours is. So let me just conclude a very, very important conversation, and one that we need to keep, and we thank the Nigerian Economic Summit Group for their convening role by saying that, we have to interrogate what happened. Are there any frameworks, are there any instruments that nations such as China and the Asian countries have utilized that are not available to us or have not been deployed by us? We have had plans right from about 1962, the first National Development Plan. China is in the middle of its 14th five-year plan. So these are some of the areas that we have to look. They have consistently planned and stuck to that plan. Prof has said it. What are the consequences? What is the fallout for us not achieving targets, even though the resources are available? I apologize if anybody felt that I came in late. I thank you for this opportunity to just join the conversation. There's a lot more to be said. We thank the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, who have been there all these years from, I think, the 1990s. And we need to continue on the path of economic reform that we are on. As I said, this is not a day for laying out what is there for education, what is there for youth, what is there for agriculture, what is there for industry. But as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group know, because they are our partners, there is an immediate short-term plan that deals with the major issues we have talked about, including high interest rates. I think that's about all we have time for today. And once again, I thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister. Maybe take a quick photograph before he leaves. I think we wanted to do that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Please, would you oblige us for a photo with our panelists?
Yes, with the chairman of...
I'd like to invite the chairman to please join as well.
Join us. Yes.
This is Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please.
Please remain seated, please. My panelists, please remain seated. Thank you.
Okay, if you please oblige us, a picture with the chairman and the minister alone. Thank you. Just the chairman and the minister alone, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, for being a wonderful audience. Some of us came as early as 10 and have stayed with us all through. We do not take your presence for granted. Thank you very much. We also thank all of those joining us virtually. Very soon we will open up conversations. I shall be handing over the microphone to Abiba, who would continue proceedings. But just before then, I want to quickly recognize the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, who is represented here today by the DG Voice of Nigeria, Mr. Jibrin Baba Ndache. You're very welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize Honorable Aisha Adamu Algi, the Director General of Center for Black and African Arts and Civilization. You're very welcome. I'd like to also recognize Honorable Issa Meidoya, representing the Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Works, Senator Rufai Hanga. I shall now hand over to Abiba to take on proceedings.
Thank you. So it's now time for our audience participation. We welcome your comments, and we concise, very brief comments. We also welcome your questions. If you have a question that's directed at any particular panelist, please call that panelist's name. And we would love to hear your contributions about how we can ballot-proof our economic developments. So we've heard from all our panelists and the speakers about there's been a lot of progress. Democracy is one of the best forms of development. When there's a partnership between the private sector and government, we can really move mountains and achieve a lot. However, from one political administration to the other, the inconsistencies in policy development, in policy implementation have really been problematic. How do we ballot-proof our economic development? Or how do we make sure the ballot delivers the economic development that the majority of Nigerians are now demanding? It's not the case of they need it. They are now demanding that. So it's over to you now. So I'm going to hand over to the NESG delivery unit and our MC to direct my attention to those of you in the audience who have questions. If you are online, we have an online moderator as well who will bring your questions to our attention.
Yes, the gentleman in blue, please.
Thank you. And please introduce yourself very briefly as you ask your question.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Lasisi Godwin. I am the country rep for Africa Youth Forum International and the associate of the Nigerian Youth SDGs Network. So my question is just straightforward and simple. What exactly do we say to the priorities of youth in addressing democracy and matters of civic participation? Looking at the current boom in technology and talking about the gap we have in respect to the technological advancement of the 21st century?
Okay, so let me just clarify. The priorities of the youth?
Yes, in respect to civic participation and the 21st century technological boom.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I will take 3 questions at a time.
Okay.
Ms. Shonuga, will you take that first one? Yeah, okay.
All right, let's take the gentleman over here. Yes, down there.
My name is Reginald Iheboza. Mine is a comment and really a challenge to NESG. I would suggest that there has been about 3 inflection points in the last 25 years. As we were transitioning in 98, 99, internet and emailing crept in on us, unplanned. You know, and so when it happened, people just started using email and internet. In 2001, when GSM arrived, it actually arrived. I know some organizations that wanted to participate in that project and that program, that people say, no, don't go there. You can't go to Nigeria on GSM. So again, almost unplanned. But here we are in 2004, and we have done 25 years of democracy. AI is upon us. AI is upon us. Let me challenge NESG. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, you practically forced a military regime to change some laws to help us in investment. Can you please, NESG, fund what Nigeria can do so as to get the best benefits on AI?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
We'll take one last question for this round of questions sorry.
I'll direct that question to you, yes? Okay, go ahead.
We'll take from a lady this time for this round of questions, and then we'll come back after.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronka Kosoko, CEO Maritime Innovation Hub and thematic lead at the NESG. I want to thank NESG for holding. Thank you, sir, for your training in January on development as an attitude. We've listened to different parts, and because the chairman of the political party in power here, I've always heard this thing that politics is more powerful than economy. Today is the 1-year anniversary of all ministers. I just want to ask, just like I told the coordinating minister for the economy, if we can streamline 5, 10 key areas where this government can say, we want to see 1 million jobs in the next 12 months or 24 months. And why do I say this? In 2020, I was in NSAS. I was lucky to escape after 6 hours. I saw what could have happened. And just a few weeks ago, and in October, the nation is saying fearless protest or whatever. When chief economist was talking, Dr. Mishakin, he showed us a graph of how we can leapfrog from where we are to China and India level. But one thing I saw in India is they decided that they wanted to be the skill capital of the world. I've been there. I've been to institutions. I've seen so many things.
Thank you. Please be brief.
How do we also as a nation say in 12 months or 24 months, we want to impact 20 million skills, not just technology. My industry sector can create 10. How in the next 12 to 24 months, the government say 5 industries or 10, you can't sleep. I want to see 1 million jobs. I want to see data. I want to see action. And 24 months, let's take these young people that want to collapse the nation and say we should go back to military practically in 24 months under this administration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kosko. Thank you. All right. So let's respond to the questions. So we'll start, shall we start with you, Ms. Saliu, for the last question first? Please go ahead.
Many thanks. For your city generation. That is such a very powerful strategy in the sense that, look, somebody said in the video that Nigerians are smart. Nigerians are also very rational and very logical. Nigerians want to pay their taxes, but they also want to have dignity. They want to be able to earn their means of livelihood. If you have electricity work in this country, and it's taking us what? Decades, all through the military years, the last, Fourth Republic to this moment, we've not been able to exactly fix electricity. The wealth of Nigeria, 90% of the wealth of Nigeria lies in Lagos State. And Lagos is the highest, exactly, it's the state that has been frontline also in terms of tackling the issue of electricity because they understand the correlation between having power and all of the abilities that the medium, small, micro, and nano organizations or businesses need to be able to sort of make their daily needs met. The three best economies in Africa, Nigeria used to be, we used to be number 1, then we fell to number 4. South Africa, Egypt, Algeria. They are generating more than 27,000 megawatts of electricity. Nigeria, we were stuck at 5,000, and then gradually we now moved to 8,000. And then again, we're like, go slow, go slow. We are stuck like a locomotive engine. Why do we have to legislate electricity as a federal good when lives are lived locally and people can, the vulcanizer on the street, for example, the woman who is selling akara by the roadside who needs to charge her phone, she doesn't need to know what is happening in the Federal Executive Council to live her life, but her taxation will affect all of us. Honorable Minister for Finance, sir, as you know, electricity is a lifeblood of any economy, and ours can not be an exception. Even the way we use land, even the way we jumpstart agriculture, even the way we use technology, all of that is very important. The second thing is that let us not think that our young people are waiting for government, and I know my sister is going to talk to that a whole lot better. The startups that we have in this country, the 10 best startups in Africa have emerged from Nigeria. And every time we sit and have a conversation with them, they say we've come this far in spite of government. So I think what we need to have is laws that respond to the ethics of business growth or economic sector that is able to provide governance so that people understand that, look, if you tell me today that I'm going to get 0% loan and 60% of that will go to women-led organizations, for example, that is going to happen. The point that Prof was making about not being above the law. We need to have rule of law in this country. And then let the citizens themselves decide. The final thing, my sister, is about communication. The president, and I won't mention which one, of a country in Latin America, every day will make a broadcast to their citizens. Every day. Every day. I'm not saying that is something we have to do, but that told me something. That there is that need to interface and to connect and to demonstrate the social compact between citizen and government. We have a government that means well, I would say, as a honest speaker, because I have seen the lineup of different projects for businesses, for young people, for communities. But Nigerians would say, and this is probably easier if I said it in Hausa, Ana biki gidanmu. If you speak Hausa, translate. If you tell me, say, party de shele for my house, you must show me evidence. Because if it is my house, why are you telling me party? I should know, right? So, there has to be, we cannot be funding communication as an afterthought. I have a feeling that that is what is happening. And NES and NESG, you got to support the government with strategies of how to center communication so that citizens can buy in and understand and be speaking to the same thing all the time in local languages, in Braille, speaking to all citizens to say, look, this is available. This is how you access it. one size cannot fit all. You cannot have a website. You cannot have one town hall and think that's it. Every government, from local government to state to federal, must be singing from the same hymn book so that citizens can then respond. I'm sorry, my sister, Habiba, but I had to say those. But thank you for the space. I finally rest my case.
I know, honestly,
Thank you.
I love what you're saying because there's some videos going viral on WhatsApp about some government initiatives. But people have been bombarding me. How do I enroll? How do I apply? They don't know where to go to get to benefits, from this government. So, without a doubt, the critical point you've made. Thank you very much, Ms. Shonuga. Over to you.
Thank you very much. To the young one who is a youth leader in your own right, raised the question of how do we young people ensure that we are prioritized and how do we seize the moment, if I understand what you said. And I would say that I spoke a lot about the challenges that we have and the educational gap, but young people are doing amazing things in Nigeria. There is a critical mass of young people in Nigeria that are ready to take the reins and do what it takes to contribute to our sustainability, to contribute to our growth and development. However, power is not given, it's taken. Success is not presented on a platter. You have to work for it. So there's so many opportunities. The same way there's so many, challenges. But everyone has to work together. Everyone has to do the opportunities that exist. And I would also say that it's not everyone that can be a leader. It's not everyone that can be a politician. It's not everyone that can work in public service. Sometimes it's important to lend your voice. Social media provides us the opportunity to lend our voice. And we've been doing so, and I think that we should continue to do so in a structured manner, so that when we are coming, it's not just about aluta, it's not just about activism, but it's about advocacy, and it's about coming forward with tangible solutions so that when it's time to engage, we can engage constructively with government, we can engage constructively with private sector. We point fingers a lot, but we also have a part to play to ensure that there is good public governance, there's accountability, and we're all taking the steps that we need to move forward as a collective.
Thank you. I guess mine is going to come in the form of advice for three very critical people that are represented in this room. On one side, those who own Nigeria, the youth. On the other side, the government. And on the third side, people like myself and Rashid, that private sector. For the youth, there are over 10 million well-informed youth who are active on social media. If they all pick up a party membership card tomorrow, Nigeria transform forever. Nothing the youth can do that will compare in impact to 10 million young people deciding that the table is not coming to them, they are going to the table. So if you want to make a change, go grab your card. For people like my brother Rashid, and luckily for me, he's a good example to showcase. While Nigeria is difficult, and we keep saying it's hard to do business in Nigeria, we sit down here and we've seen entrepreneurs from all over the world live wherever they are, come here where they have no relationship, no contact, no family, and put their resources down, and they are doing amazing stuff. And thank God you are doing exactly the same. So to anyone who has resources and a Nigerian today, mistake of not back now. I wonder where you where when other people took over your country. And to the most powerful people in the room, killed by a lot of well-meaning agencies sometimes who are always in the way. We just need to have fewer friction. The friction is killing companies, killing jobs. If all three of us can do these things, I think next year's NES summit will be a very different time. Thank you.
Okay, so please, your constituency, please make sure they all go out. We won't tell you which party to join. Just go en masse and make sure you have joined the political party. Prof, over to you for the final question.
Mr. Ray Jihebuzo spoke about the forced transitions and the one that is almost impending. A couple of, maybe two years ago, I was invited to the African Development Bank to speak to the staff. And it had to do with this fourth industrial revolution. And I reminded them that even the agenda of the bank was still resting on the first and second industrial revolution. Feed Africa, industrialize Africa, energize Africa. These were the products of the second industrial revolution. And here we are on the eve, not eve, the fourth industrial revolution is already upon us. And so we are going to have another forced transition. Because it comes whether you like it or not. The question is, are we prepared? One is that the job of the future, they are already been redefined. The training, you know, I travel around the world, and when we speak about industrialization, I always ask, because I like to make a distinction between made in Africa and made by Africans. The two are not the same. And so, while, for instance, in the financial sector, they are consumers of technology, we are not the producers of that technology. And I think he made that point. That distinction is extremely important. And this is where, for instance, the state's role also comes in again. To understand, yes, we need foreign investors to come. But if you again go back to how this is a country that is deliberate and purposeful. If they want a particular technology, it's not just left to the private sector. They design an agreement that enables them over time. It is in that agreement to acquire that technology and be able to reproduce it. So if people are coming to build our railways, are we in a position after a couple of years to be able, I have argued this even in the Federal Executive Council when I was there, that there has to be this sense that we are in this business to take over. We are not just in this business so that companies can come and produce. Fair enough. But while you are producing, we must be learning how to reproduce. Speaking about forced transition, and he was talking about NESG agenda. The issue that was raised earlier about population transition. You know, ordinarily in economics, you don't need to do anything. As income rises, demand for children will fall. That's basic principles. But now we can't wait. So we need to force that transition through a program, because it's important. I think that conversation needs to be held, that we need a program that addresses the issue of population. We can't wait for that transition. So NESG, I think the role we have, even in their council, is to direct them to how do we begin to prepare for the fourth industrial revolution? Through curriculum change, through retraining of workers, and like she said, involving the youth in this process to make sure that what is coming, because it is coming, you know, the window of industrialization, let me say this, is narrowing. We pride ourselves that we will be low-cost manufacturing. That low-cost manufacturing will have maybe a few more years. Because once we perfect robotics and the big data and AI and the rest, they will be cheaper than human beings. Less error. So your so-called low-wage manufacturing will no longer. So we should be in a hurry. Final point I make. No nation, talking about creating jobs and moving people out of poverty, no nation has ever done it without a huge manufacturing sector. None. And so we can't play with this. That's why I kept saying, let's elevate the Ministry of Industry. Let's elevate the Ministry of Science and Technology. Find a way to coordinate them and coordinate the institutions around them to be able to incentivize the private sector and make sure that our manufacturing is booming. And this is not simply a federal concern. Whenever I speak, I like to, it's like I was being interviewed about the demonstration. I said the demonstration was not necessarily against just federal government. It is state government, it's local government, it's a demonstration against the political class. So when we speak of these things, let's be conscious that state governments have a role. I have said that the National Economic Council should be used as a medium to incentivize regions and states to begin to crowd in, which is what China again did, investments. You provide little incentive, then you allow the private sector to come in and they gain comfort. Talking about de-risking. You risk that investment in such a way that they now kick off, including now that local governments have money. They too must be centers of innovation and industrialization.
Thank you so much, Prof. All right.
So we have two questions from our online audience, and the Honorable Minister has graciously accepted to respond to both of them. The first one, can we have a coordinating office in the Finance Ministry that would ensure the off-taking of products and services for SMEs in Nigeria to sustain their business? This is from Tinuola Barua, joining via YouTube. Second question, from Kende Bello, joining via Zoom, is on monetary policies. What are the strategies on ground in regulating the financial macroeconomic variables, especially exchange rates and inflation rates, which are important for trade competitiveness and the general price level of goods and services?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests. The first question is the all-important topic, which I think Prof has spoken to, which is the importance of small and medium-scale enterprises sector. And in recognition of that importance, we already have, and I listen very carefully to what Dr. Saliu has said about communication. Whenever you're told that you're not communicating enough, you have to put your hands up, because it is the experience that people are feeling that they are reporting. But there is, particularly at this time of heightened costs for the nano industries, 50 billion naira line of grant that is being given out to them. And for the small and medium scale, at this time of highly elevated interest rates, they are being given 9% funding. And what I definitely accept is that more than a portal should be provided to communicate what is available for those industries. So that's how that is being coordinated. And in terms of coordination overall, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group are well aware of the type of public-private sector coordination that is going on and that is part of the economic plans that are being implemented at present. There's a question on monetary policy and my brother, my good friend, Dr. Olayemi Kadoso, is monetary policy falls strictly within his mandate. But what we do have is close cooperation, consultation, and communication. And that's why when you look at the inflation rate coming down, the governor of central banks, one of his prime mandates to fight inflation all around the world, that's the key mandate of central bank. But in doing so, the cooperation of the fiscal side to take the challenge of higher interest rates, which sometimes is needed in order to squeeze out inflation, that has to be accepted. So we are facing higher debt service payments as a result of the higher interest rates, which are drawing in one foreign exchange to help stabilize the exchange rate, which also is part of bringing down inflation. So overall, monetary and fiscal are working together in order to fight inflation as well as boost foreign exchange supply to the economy. And finally, what I would say is that in terms of what, if I may, in terms of what Abubakar Suleiman mentioned about the private sector, 25 years of democracy, but it's also under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu a commitment to putting in place a conducive environment for the private sector, which is where the big money is. The government doesn't even have enough money. And relative to other African countries, our budget is a smaller percentage of GDP. Our tax take is a smaller percent of GDP than even our neighbors. But be that as it may, the commitment is to enable the private sector to invest. The domestic investors, even foreign investors, as Prof said, sometimes you get domestic production, but it's by foreigners or foreign-owned companies. But either way, the commitment is to make the private sector comfortable so they can invest, they can increase productivity, create jobs, grow the economy, and reduce poverty. So that is an important aspect. And to be deliberate about it, there's something called the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Committee under Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. And it is to specifically go into the different private, public sector agencies and look at the experience that they're giving the private sector and do something about it and ensure that the private sector is getting the service without the irritation so that they can continue to help revive the economy through investment. Thank you.
Yes, we have one final remark from the representative of the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, the DG of VON.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman of All Progressive Comrades, Honorable Minister for Finance and Coordinating Minister, I'd like to, on behalf of Minister of Information and National Orientation, commend the panelists. I'm going to speak on three fronts. First, as a reporter who had a privilege of covering NESG over the years, and I'd like to say that one of the things that NSGS has been consistent about is bringing to bear very important issues and being focused on solution. I think this is very important. As a reporter, I'm always encouraged and always sat through each of its, the ones I had the opportunity to attend because you would always have something to learn. Unlike some other gathering where you see lamentation, as if when you hear some people talking, you wonder how they are talking about Nigeria. Here, NSG have always been different, and I'm glad that I'm here today and to listen. There are issues that I would like to use the opportunity to speak to let us know what the President and Commander-in-Chief is doing. And not to defend the government, but based on what he has been able to achieve. First is that, unlike in the past, you have Ministry of Information and National Orientation, which is a deliberate policy, an attempt, speaking to the issue raised by the Prof about national integration. Today, you have Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Orientation is a flank of the 5-point agenda of the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, which speak to the issue of reorienting Nigerians and engendering social contract between the people, the government, and the people. And the other issue I would like to draw the attention, and this is on a personal note, is about what do we think that as NSG, what we should do to make Nigerians rethink how they communicate the country, particularly on the social media. We know how other people talk about their country. And I'm now talking first as a Nigerian, not as a government appointee. Is this the way we find some of us communicate about our country? Is it the way we find other people? Because Mr. A. Suleiman talked about other people coming to Nigeria to invest. What are we doing as Nigerians to even encourage others to come to see our country in the light? And what I'm saying is that when you go on social media, the kind of optimism that you leave this hall with today, that is not the optimism you see on social media. And I would like the NSG to look at that in the subsequent deliberation.
Thank you very much. Tony, are we taking any more questions? Okay. So, thank you very much for your contributions, your insights, your pointed questions. I'd like to thank those who've answered those questions very, very direct. Definitely, they've added a great depth to our discussion, our dialogue today. I want to remind all of you about the 30th Nigerian Economic Summit coming up in October 14th to 16th, on collaborative action for growth, competitiveness, and stability. And I think that's one of the outputs from today, that we need collaborative action, that we have to work in a coordinated manner if we really are going to get the dividends of democracy, and if we are going to ballot-proof our economic development to make sure the subsequent successive political administrations do not overturn policy continuity that can really help us go beyond growth, okay, to productivity and progress that Nigerians are seeking. We had a lot of points about made in Africa versus made by Africans, points for everyone to take home and to really think about. That we have failed democracy. I think Ms. Salihu made that point. We trivialize politics. And Mr. Suleiman said, everyone, especially those of you who are the majority of Nigerians under 35, go out there and get a party card. Okay? Don't trivialize politics. Politics can drive the economy, as Professor Ogbu said. So get involved if you want to see the sort of economic development, economic prosperity that we need. Civil society is any organization outside the state. So, civil society, prepare for the local government autonomy. We cannot just leave that local government autonomy, all those budgets, in the hands of the people who are there now and expect them to miraculously have the competence, the character, and the capacity to deliver what we need at the grassroots level, in all our local governments in our wards. We talked about needing a program that addresses our population, because while we've made a lot of progress, our population has outstripped our progress, and that is why that's one of the main reasons why we are sliding backwards. We're not running fast enough to keep up and surpass our population growth. We also heard about rule of law versus rule by law. And again, as citizens, as civil society, we have a job to do there. Hold those in governance to account. Now that they've shown us that they can pass a bill, right, and enact a law in 4 days, we will expect that kind of progress for other important aspects of our policy, right? And we're going to demand it, right? Because we now know it's possible that to happen. And finally, and I think this was the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning who said this at the beginning, we want a nation that includes all. We want a nation that includes all. Nigeria's economic future, 25 years of democracy and beyond. That 25 years coming is going to be so much greater and better than anything that we could have envisioned in the past. And on that note, I'll say a big thank you to our panelists, Mr. Saromi, Mr. Suleiman, Ms. Saliu, Ms. Shonuga, and the almighty Prof. Obu. Thank you very, very much. Sorry. To all, and of course to Dr. Brown from ASSET. Thank you very much. We apologize for the technological glitches that we experienced. Let me hand back over to you, Tony, to take us home.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our program today. To deliver the closing remarks, I'd like to invite Mr. Boye Olusoya, Vice Chair of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and also the Chair of the 30th Anniversary Planning Group. A round of applause for him as he comes.
Good evening, everybody, and I'll stand on all existing protocols. I think Habiba had done a great job, first of all, of summarizing the session that we just had. And it was extremely informative, and I'd like to thank the panelists for imbibing us with a deep sense of knowledge. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation, engagement, and unwavering commitment to shaping Nigeria's economic future. Today's discussions have been nothing short of enlightening. We have reflected on the significant milestones achieved, and not, as the case may be, over the past 25 years of our democracy. And more importantly, we've charted a course for the next phase of our economic journey, outlining the things that we need to do. Our deliberations today have reaffirmed the critical role that collaboration, innovation, and inclusive growth will play in securing a prosperous future for our nation. The theme, Nigeria's economic future, 25 years of democracy and beyond, has served as a powerful reminder that the work ahead of us is both challenging and filled with potential. The insights shared today by our esteemed speakers, special guests, and in particular by the panelists, have provided us with a roadmap to address the pressing economic issues we face, from diversification and infrastructure development to human capital and good governance. However, the true measure of our success will not be in the quality of our discussions alone. That's just a starting point. But in the actions we take following this dialogue. It is now up to each of us, whether in government, the private sector, civil society, or as citizens, to translate these ideas into concrete actions that will drive sustainable economic growth and improve the lives of all Nigerians. I would like to thank the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, all our partners, and everyone involved in making this event a success. Let this dialogue be the beginning of a renewed commitment to our shared goals and aspirations for a better Nigeria. Thank you very much once again for your time, insights, and dedication. Together we can shape a brighter, more prosperous future for our beloved country. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, just a reminder that we will look forward to meeting you here in Abuja for the 30th anniversary of NES on the 14th of October. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request that we please use the door at the back. We have lunch packed for you on your way out. So please use the door at the back. Thank you very much. See you at NES 30 in just a bit. Thank you and God bless you.